offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
The recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 33, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition to promote my bill, which eliminates any offices of diversity.
Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
Amendment 1465.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I cannot believe we're sitting here debating this issue with all the problems this country has. The fact that we're taking up as much time is bizarre to me. The overview of this amendment is the fact that the military's sole purpose is to provide for the defense of our nation. Our military's focus should be the protection of the American people and our freedoms, not liberals' feelings. Therefore, my amendment would eliminate any offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the armed forces and the Department of Defense. We should not be spending our hard-earned tax dollars to focus on diversity of ideas. We should be focusing on diversity of ideas and opinions, not races and genders. DEI programs tend to be effective, and the cost to the taxpayer is spending more money that we don't have. To sum this up, a woke military is a weak military. The fact that woke ideology undermines military readiness is in various ways. It undermines cohesiveness by emphasizing differences based on race, ethnicity, and sex. It undermines leadership authority by introducing questions about whether promotion is based on merit or quota requirements. It leads to military personnel serving in specialties and areas for which they are not qualified or ready. And it takes time and resources away from the training of activities and weapons that contribute to the readiness. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't get this whole woke reference, but I'm definitely awake after what I have heard on this floor today. During our markup, we heard repeatedly that the PRC and Russia, even today we heard it, they weren't spending their troops' time on DEI. And I absolutely agree with you. They aren't. The strongest military possible, the one we aim to be, the one we are, is a diverse, equitable, and inclusive one. When you compare our military with those of our competitors, what is immediately striking is the diversity of our service members. Studies have long shown and demonstrated that diversity helps organizations out-innovate, out-perform, out-strategize, out-maneuver others. Our diversity is our strength. Our commitment to equality, to inclusiveness, that is what makes us American. It is why we have the very best military in the world. But some House Republicans insist on peddling a false choice between DEI and readiness. Why are they so keen on emulating and becoming more like the PRC, more like Russia? Eliminating DEI won't help our military compete more effectively with the PRC. It will, however, undermine the innovative thinking, the cultural competency, the inclusive institutional cultures, the qualitative edge, our ability to win if we need to be agile and ready and lethal. This amendment to terminate DEI officers and personnel and all of the insidious DEI-related amendments we have had to hear and will hear tonight by my Republican colleagues aren't just harmful to our national security, they are a major threat. It is time we set aside the political games that we are seeing and get serious about our national security and stand by our servicemen and women of all backgrounds who have given up so much in defense of our country and to keep all of us safe. I reserve the balance of my time, and I yield a minute to the gentleman from Washington. Oh, sorry.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, I yield 20 to 30 seconds to Chairman Mike Rogers.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I'd like to ask my friend and colleague from South Carolina, does he believe his amendment is intended to impact uniformed personnel who work in these offices?
It is.
Not.
It is not, correct.
It is not. That's what I was hoping to hear. Thank you. I yield back.
This is not about taking away anybody's career. This is not about trying to harm people. The brave men and women who serve in our military do it because they're family. And the whole point of this bill, this amendment, is to get the recruiting where it needs to be. We're 30% down. As of today, we have spent $1.4 billion on an equity action plan that nobody has any idea where that money is going. And it's high time that we just cut it out and then get back to what the military is supposed to do, which is to protect this nation. And as Eli Crane said, who has been on the front lines, this country is in trouble. This country has other nations that want to do harm to us. And by eliminating this, we'll take a first step in hopefully getting the safety back at the forefront. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield a minute of time to the good gentleman from Washington State.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is obvious to me that the Republican majority doesn't understand what diversity, equity, and inclusion is, so I'm going to attempt to explain it this way. We need to be intentional in recruiting from populations that have been historically discriminated against, and I'll use myself as an example. I grew up in a neighborhood that was 95% white. My friends were white, my family was white. I moved into a responsible position. I started to hire people. Typically, you either hire people you know, or you hire people who you know. That's where you get it. I looked around and I was hiring a bunch of white people, all right? That's who I knew. So what I did is I affirmatively reached out to groups that worked with black people or Hispanic people or gay people. And when I had openings, I said, okay, who you got? I don't have those relationships. And I built those relationships. That is what diversity and equity and inclusion is, and it is sorely needed in a country that at least until about 30 or 40 years ago was really racist, okay? To correct that, we have to work with communities, diverse communities, to make sure that we recruit the people. Can I get an additional 15 seconds? Sorry.
I yield the time.
Gentleman's
Diversely.
recognized.
We're not missing our recruitment goals because we're trying to expand the people we are recruiting. We're missing our recruitment goals primarily because of COVID, and also, by the way, because a lot of Republicans are running around talking about how terrible weak our military is. If you'd stop spreading that message, maybe people would believe in our military and join. That's what DEI is. Eliminating it is a huge mistake.
Gentlelady from Hawaii.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Chair, how much time do we have remaining?
Gentlelady has 1.5 minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you. I reserve my time. The balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, how much time do I have?
Gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
Well, I would say we do have a difference of opinion of what diversity is. I believe diversity is diversity of new ideas. Diversity is not based on your race or your ethnicity. And that's where we are in this country now. We hire the finest to go into the military, not because of the color of their skin, and really not because of their sexual preference. This is just continuing to try to claim everyone is victimized in this country. Well, I'm sorry. It's time for us to put the priorities in place. This administration is being more divisive. It is more concerned about ensuring cadets use the right pronouns. How stupid is that? How uncaring is that about the men that are serving? This administration is more concerned about the government forcing our military to take shots. That's not their role. That's why some of the recruiting is down. But yes, it's down. We're weakened. Why do you think China's doing what they're doing? Why do you think Russia's doing what they're doing? This would have never happened under a strong administration led by Donald Trump. And this administration, you don't keep peace by weakness. And this is why the purpose of my amendment will strengthen the military. And that's my first and number one goal, which is the security of this country. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield a minute of time to the gentlewoman from Virginia.
How much time?
1 minute.
1 minute.
Yes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment. And first, let me just say our diversity is our strength. The diversity of this country is our strength. The diversity of our military is our strength. And I keep hearing the other side of the aisle say that DEI and critical race theory are about assigning characteristics to people based on the color of their skin. That is not what DEI or critical race theory are. What they are a recognition that for 350 years, from the founding of this country in Jamestown, through the civil rights movement, that our laws, our social mores assumed different characteristics based on the color of your skin and made Black people second-class citizens. DEI is designed to address that and to ensure that our military, which kept my uncles from serving in combat because of the color of their skin, make sure their children and grandchildren want to serve in that military.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Because it is a welcoming and inclusive place. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Hawaii.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady has 30 seconds left.
Thank you.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the 30 seconds to my good friend from California, Congressman LaMaffa.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. No, I hear nonsense. I call nonsense. Our strength is not our diversity. Our strength is in our unity. We take diverse ideas, diverse talents, and we put them together. Whether you're talking an offensive football team, we have all different types and sizes of people with speeds and talents. They all come together as a team. They all start to play at the same time. Same thing for our military. We have the Navajo Code Talkers. They weren't worried about what color or gender or whatever they were. We had all sorts of people coming together as a team. Our military is forced together in recruiting and in training to become a team. You don't worry about what everybody looks like or this or that or the other. That's what we have when we have unity, not diversity, which is divisive.
Gentleman's time has expired. All time for the gentleman from South Carolina has expired. Gentlelady from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In closing, I just have one question to ask. What about us scares you? My grandfather, my father-in-law, my brother, they all fought and risked their lives for this country. Yet the sacrifices made by so many who feel marginalized, our communities of color, simply pale in comparison to the hate and fear that drives this obsession with DEI. First and foremost, we just heard that if under a strong administration like the Trump administration, you would not have this. However, DEI is not you. In 2020, the Trump administration established a defense board and a defense advisory committee on diversity and inclusion to increase diversity and ensure equitable opportunity across all ranks. If you want to be more like China, if you want to be more like Russia, keep this up. I don't want to be like them. DEI is necessary. I oppose this resolution.
Expired.
Thank you. I yield back the remainder of my time.
All time for debate has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 34 printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, to propose Amendment 1464.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my amendment does is codify the Trump administration's guidance to prohibit the display of unapproved flags. My amendment prohibits any member of the armed forces or civilian employees of the Department of Defense from displaying a flag other than an approved flag in a workplace, a public area, a training facility, or other areas owned or leased by the Department of Defense. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Instead of debating the very many pressing national security issues that our country faces, my Republican colleagues are unfortunately using this amendment and many others to continue their needless crusade against the LGBTQ+ community. It goes without saying that regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity, the service members and civilian employees who work at the Department of Defense provide a great sacrifice and great service to our great nation. With this amendment, my Republican colleagues are once again attempting to erase and to censor the LGBTQ+ community in our armed forces and in those workplaces. For 17 years, Don't Ask, Don't Tell prohibited service members from being openly themselves without the threat of being discharged. I served during this time. Since its repeal, our country has made significant strides to acceptance in our armed forces and in the DoD. With this amendment, anti-equality lawmakers are attempting to take us backwards by prohibiting service members and DoD employees from displaying the pride flag, a symbol of strength and acceptance of the LGBT community, individuals, and the many ongoing challenges that continue to be faced by that community. Regardless of whether you are a service member serving overseas, or a civilian employee working at the Pentagon, or our service members and defense employees, all of our service members and defense employees should have the opportunity to celebrate their identity and their truth, and this amendment would take that away. With the enactment of the Respect for Marriage Act, we saw possibilities for progress when both Democrats and Republicans come together in support of the LGBTQ community. Yet instead of embracing this bipartisanship and progress, with this amendment, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are espousing an anti-equality and anti-trans agenda. At a time when the LGBTQ+ community is facing a deluge of attacks in states across our nation, now more than ever, we must come together in support of that community, their heroes, and those that honorably serve our country. So once again, I stand here as a veteran, a mother of a gay daughter, an ally to the LGBTQ service members and DoD employees, and in strong opposition to this amendment. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate, flags mean something. Flags we wear on our sleeves. We honor it prominently on parade fields. We carry it in combat. We drape it over the coffins of those who have given their lives for this nation. Approved flags include the American flag, the flag of a state or the District of Columbia, a general officer's flag, a presidentially appointed, Senate-confirmed civilian flag, a senior executive service and military department specific flag, a POW, MIA flag, the flags of other countries that is an ally or a partner of the United States or for official protocol purposes, the flag of an organization to which the United States is a member, a ceremonial command unit or branch flag or Gideon. In the words of former Secretary of Army Mark Esper, flags are powerful symbols, particularly in the military community, for whom flags embody common mission, common histories, and the special, timeless bond of warriors. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I yield 2 minutes to Representative Presley.
Gentlelady's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to Amendment 35. I rise today on behalf of the service members and their families who make innumerable sacrifices for our country and for our freedoms, yet today there are efforts underfoot to deny them their own. Healthcare is a human right, yet today there are deep disparities that create barriers to access to care, including like today's amendments, which will only deepen those gaps. This is especially true when it comes to abortion care and reproductive health care. There's been a daily assault on access to regular and routine care. In addition to full spectrum reproductive care being an essential human right, it is also a readiness imperative for our military. So if you care about the fitness of our military, then part of that readiness imperative includes access to the full spectrum of reproductive care. This is a human right. You should not have to forfeit your right to medical care when you enlist to serve your nation. But due to the massive restrictions to abortion care enacted at the state level, for many of our military families on base, they cannot receive the care they need, and they must navigate onerous travel to get basic health care. This includes in instances of being raped by a fellow soldier or a superior. And now my colleagues across the aisle are trying to trap pregnant service members and deny them the care that they seek. This is dystopian, but unfortunately, it is all too real. Since draconian and cruel abortion bans have been enacted across our country, pregnant people have been denied care, and the outcomes have been debilitating and devastating. People have been denied miscarriage treatment, care for ectopic pregnancies. Mothers have lost their ability to have a child because of convoluted laws that delayed or denied the urgent abortion care they sought, resulting in lasting health issues and infertility. It is unconscionable that this military bill will become yet another blunt instrument to deny women and families across the nation their bodily autonomy. This is not the type of exceptionalism that we should be leading in this country. I yield.
Gentlelady yields.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know how much time I have.
The lady has 30 seconds remaining.
30?
30 seconds.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from
How much
South
time do I
Carolina.
have, Mr. Speaker?
3 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania has the right to close, yes.
I would ask that people consider when they're making decisions like that, that this very body...
Last, so you can reserve. And
okay, excuse me. No problem.
You have 30 seconds.
The
gentleman from South Carolina.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
I just summed this up. Flags have meaning. Flags have purpose. Flags are a symbol of a great nation, as America is. Flags mean something. It's not something to be flippant about. It's not something to take lightly. To my friends on the other aisle, I know this amendment has nothing to do with medical service. It has nothing to do with a lot of the things that have been brought up. This is about having a Department of Defense approve flags before they go up, pure and simple, nothing else. And I would just say that, you know, as we debate this, I'm still amazed that we're spending the time here. I think the diversion that the left wants to provide now is to try to move the ball and get the public, get America off the real problems that we're facing, which are a weakness that we have now under this administration, which is a denial of where we are as a country. And it's time to take our country back. And it boils down to one issue. We're going to preserve our freedom, and we're going to fight for it. And a flag represents that. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
We agree. We should not be spending our time and wasting our time on this issue. We agree. Flags have purpose and flags have meaning. We agree that we should be flying properly approved defense flags. But what we don't agree on is that we should be taking our nation back. This is all of our nation, not just for some. I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. All time has expired for debate. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 35, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 583, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which prohibits Department of Defense Education Activity schools from purchasing and having pornographic and radical gender ideology books in their libraries. The Department of Defense Education Activity services over 66,000 military-connected children in the Americas, Europe, and the Pacific. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle will mischaracterize this amendment as extreme. All the while, the Biden administration has spent the last 2 years promoting radical gender ideology to impressionable young children in K-12 schools throughout our country, including our military schools. Now that's extreme. Speaking as a mother of 4 boys, enough is enough. I don't send my boys to school to receive indoctrination from the woke mob or to be sexualized by groomers. And the same can be said for our service members who are also parents sending their children to DODEA schools. I want to take some time to discuss the books that have been found in DODEA libraries that contain explicit sexual details not appropriate for children. One book titled All Boys Aren't Blue, published in April 2022, is a book included in DODEA libraries. It is described as a nonfiction manifesto by George Johnson that includes lines with sexually explicit content. The book describes oral sex, ejaculation, anal sex, pornography, and masturbation. Another book, This Book is Gay, also included in DODEA libraries, discusses the casual hookup site Grindr and includes detailed information on how to have gay anal sex. This book includes details about sex parties, orgies, and sex toys. Another book, Gender Queer, by Maya Kababi, again included in DODEA libraries, contains explicit imagery of oral sex. Middle School is a Drag by Greg Howard, included in DODEA libraries, is about a 12-year-old boy who starts a talent agency business for child drag queen performers. One of the kids he signs is an 8th grader named Mistress of Madness and Mayhem. And I see some folks getting uncomfortable in this room right now, and I would agree that this is very uncomfortable, especially for our children in K-12 schools. Another book that is found, Some Girls Bind by Rory James, included in DODEA's libraries, explores the journey of a character who questions whether she is gender queer. The teen binds her breasts every day to feel more like herself. Chest binding is associated with some medical risks, which can be permanent. Julian is a mermaid found in DODEA elementary school libraries, describes a boy who wants to become a mermaid. During the book, the boy repeatedly strips down to his underwear. Later, he puts on lipstick and dons a headdress. He is then given a costume jewelry before being taken to the NYC Mermaid Parade, where he can freely express himself. Here's the bottom line. Let's stop grooming our children, including our military kids. It's gross. It is wrong. I am here to take a stand against it, and I urge my colleagues to pass my amendment to protect our military children from obscene content they should not be exposed to. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania. For what purpose does Gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise in opposition to this harmful and very misguided amendment. And let's start with the facts. This amendment, dare I say, is a naked and attempt at discrimination, an attempt to ban books such as those who depict families with two moms or two dads. And to block those stories is to block the story of my own daughter and her wife, as an example. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to say that they are for individual rights and freedoms, but it is perhaps more accurate to say that some of them want the individual right to deny other people and other families their rights and freedoms as well. The federal government does not and should not get to choose what my children or my daughter's children read. As a parent myself, I also have children, and a former teacher. I believe that the beauty of books is in its ability to expose us to worlds and ideas that are outside of our own. Our schools should be focused on creating environments that support every student, all student, and not censoring their individual experiences. Here's where we clearly do agree. Parents across the country want their children to learn in safe and affirming environments, which is why I'm also in vehement opposition and frankly quite disgusted by some nonstop attempts that seem to be coming from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to label content that they don't like as pornography, as a shield that frankly, in my opinion, is hiding blatant bigotry. And so I rise on behalf of my daughter and the LGBTQ people whose experiences must be told. But this bill, this amendment, doesn't stop with LGBTQ people or service members. This amendment also yields other harmful consequences. How the text is currently written would allow for further draconian and out-of-touch interpretations that could ban books simply like Judy Blume's, one that we've probably all read, those of us of a certain age and gender, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, or other stories that teach young people about puberty, their bodies, or contain information about health and sexual education. America is a country of freedom of speech and freedom of ideas, and yet my colleagues across the aisle want to ban books that enable the next generation to thrive. So today I rise, dare I say, to allow people to be able to choose what they read to their children or what their children read. As a child in DoDEA schools, I actually got to be exposed to this exact situation where I had the opportunity to read a lot when I was growing up in Defense Department schools. And I can't imagine a world where my parents didn't have the ability or the authority to decide what it was that I was going to be able to read. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this very harmful amendment and against all efforts that politicize and promote that politicize our military and hurt military readiness and national security. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say that allowing these books in our DODEA schools is what's harmful.
30 seconds.
Saying that I'm characterizing this as pornography. No, I'm saying exactly what it is. As a mom, I am not allowed to show my children XXX-rated videos, nor would I. That is illegal. They have to be 18 to watch this. We have ratings on things. I am simply saying, do not allow this in our children's schools. This is something that is harmful. It is grooming our children and indoctrinating them, and I urge adoption of this amendment to put an end to it in our military schools.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have?
Gentlelady has 2 minutes remaining.
I yield my 1 minute and 30 seconds to my colleague, Representative Sykes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't come to Congress to play politics. I came here to put the needs of Ohio's 13th congressional district first, not to vote on bogus, oppressive, extreme, barbaric, erroneous, ridiculous, time-wasting amendments like this one. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for my colleagues who are choosing to play partisan games with our national security by including amendments that would strip life-saving reproductive health care away from our women in uniform. This is nothing more than the latest attempt by House Republicans to advance their extreme agenda, taking us backward by punishing women and banning abortion nationwide. As the vice chair of the Bipartisan Women's Caucus, we just recently honored and recognized our women in uniform, but today we are dishonoring those women. Our military was founded to protect our freedoms. Politicians should not be making healthcare decisions for any woman, but especially not for our women in uniform who serve us each and every day. I cannot support any legislation that impedes on a woman's freedom to make decisions about her health care, even if it is no longer constitutionally protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Decorum, I would ask that we not scream at each other.
Agreed. Gentlewoman's recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady has 30 seconds remaining.
I'm prepared to.
One minute remaining.
I'm prepared to conclude. But I don't believe
the gentlelady has the only time remaining in debate.
That's my understanding as well. Excellent. I would just urge my colleagues, please, to vote against this harmful amendment and other amendments similarly, who are working very much to destroy and distract from what I think is really important, which is the national security of our nation. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. All time has expired for debate. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. What do we got now? Yeah, I got it. The chair understands that the amendment number 36 will not be offered. The chair understands that the amendment number 37 will not be offered. The chair understands that the amendment number 38 will not be offered. The chair understands that the amendment number 39 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 40, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment I've introduced, amendment number 40, simply requires that the Department of Defense study and report the health conditions arising in members of the armed forces after administration of the COVID-19 vaccine. We have important voids in the data collected afterwards. We moved development of this vaccine at warp speed, and the Department of Defense mandated that members get the vaccine. So we have a great ability to study these members. They have very consistent health checkups. They have very consistent requirements for pre-deployment, post-deployment, during deployment. There are lots of ways to capture data in the military population. And frankly, it's overwhelmingly young, fit, healthy people that make up our military. So the study could be very important. It would be important to understand any long-term effects or healthcare needs in the vaccinated population. And we could learn from that process to develop future considerations, whether it's risk assessments as we mandate vaccines, or whether how to combat future health emergencies more effectively. The Biden administration forced our men and women in uniform to take this vaccine without really knowing the full effects, which would have been great to know in advance. But given the pandemic, they made a decision that the risk was too great. Lots of us disagreed with that risk assessment. That is all passed. At this point, we simply want to study, how did it turn out? What were the effects? What have been the results? And that's all the study does. I reserve.
And reserves, gentlelady from for what purposes, gentlelady from New Hampshire, seek recognition.
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment and to all of the amendments that have been added to this bill as a Christmas tree and a mockery of the men and women who serve in our military. I am opposed to making this bill into a vehicle for perpetuating the culture wars of this extreme majority. In particular, I am opposed to the amendment that would attempt to enact an extreme anti-choice agenda to ban abortion nationwide and to interfere with the health care of women in our military who are serving in a post-Dobbs era when their efforts to provide for their family, to create a family, and to have the full range of reproductive health will be compromised.
I'm inquiring as to whether the gentlelady is actually opposed to my amendment. For her to qualify as an opponent of my amendment, she would have to speak in opposition to the amendment what it does. My amendment does nothing about abortion. It simply requires a study of COVID-19.
The gentleman will suspend. Does the gentlelady from New Hampshire claim the time in opposition to amendment number 40?
I am opposed to opposition number 40. I am speaking in opposition to all of the amendments that have been added.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield such time as may be required to my colleague, Representative Brownlee from California.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year marks 50 years since our country stopped drafting citizens into service and began instituting an all-volunteer force. Unfortunately, today's military is facing significant recruitment challenges that can be detrimental to the security of our great nation. Seeking to limit the reproductive rights and freedom of America's servicewomen only exasperates the issue. Why would a woman who takes an oath to defend our nation do so when House Republicans stand in this chamber attacking their bodily autonomy? Today, women make up about 20% of our armed forces, and our military is stronger because of their contribution. It is important to note that servicewomen experience higher unintended pregnancy rates than their civilian counterparts, largely due to limited access to contraceptive services and the inexcusable high degree of sexual assault. It is an appalling reality that nearly 1 in 4 female service members have reported sexual harassment during their careers. That my Republican colleagues would force a woman raped by her superior to pay for her own travel to access abortion care is beyond appalling. This amendment is a shameful politicization of our military, and it is using our service members as pawns in an ideological debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from New Hampshire.
I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I must say that I consider the opposition to this amendment, which has never raised an objection to the actual amendment that I'm offering, dilatory, which I think could be objected to by the chair and gavelled down, and we could just call the question, unless they're actually opposed to the amendment. They're debating something that my amendment doesn't do. It simply requires a study on the results of COVID-19. It doesn't say what the outcome has to be. It just says, study it. Come back to us and tell us, how did it turn out for the people that got vaccinated? Do they have any other health problems? Do they have better health? What is the outcome as a result of these folks being vaccinated? I just want a study of the vaccinated population. It's a very simple amendment, and we're considering hundreds of amendments. So if the other side is simply looking for a way to filibuster and delay, I would appreciate them not doing it on this amendment and stay to the rules of the House. And if they have an objection, then state it. But they object something else, and they're using for the time inappropriately in my consideration. I ask for the consideration of the chair. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am opposed to the amendment that's been offered. But I want to get back to the crux of the matter of the Christmas tree of cultural war issues that have been added to this bill at the detriment of our service members. My own father fought in World War II. He was a hero. He was shot down in the Battle of the Bulge, and he served for 6 months in a German prison camp. So I have the utmost respect for those who are serving our country and keeping us safe. But the amendments that have been passed in this chamber today are putting the lives of our service members at risk. A very brief story from a constituent just this week who was pregnant with a birth that she very much wanted to carry. She lost that baby at 20 weeks, and it was tragic. But what was even more tragic in a post-Dobbs era was that she could not get the health care that she needed for herself, for her family. And she was forced to travel out of state. And she was forced to get care that would save her life. And that is my point about how horrific we are. We're in a state in this country where my colleagues across the aisle would put service members at risk who could have been raped and molested by members of the military, and we know that to be a very significant risk, and now would not be able to travel to get the health care they need for a pregnancy that they very much wanted. And with that, I will yield 1 minute to my colleague from Illinois.
The lady only has 30 seconds remaining to yield.
I will yield 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, extremists have put forth put our national security at risk with this partisan National Defense Authorization Act. I was pleased to work across the aisle with Congressman LaHood to try to save the 182nd Airlift Wing in Peoria, Illinois. We should be focused on these bipartisan issues, not the extremists that have added amendments that have nothing to do with national defense and security, including the extreme restriction on abortion access, which threatens women's service members' ability to make their own health care decisions. We need a clean and bipartisan NDAA. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired, and the gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio.
I think the Speaker, and I haven't heard an objection to this amendment. I hope we can agree to move forward and just conduct the study. We just want to know what were the health effects on the vaccinated population in the military so that the next time we can make a better risk assessment and hopefully get it right. We'll learn a lot from the military population that can surely help the rest of the country because they've got much more consistent access to health care, much more consistent required checkups. And so I think the data set can be very good. I hope we can get this study done. And with that, I yield the balance of my time and ask and urge adoption of this good amendment.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 41, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment to allow the Department of Defense's Excess Property 1033 program to be administered as intended by Congress to assist state and local law enforcement agencies. For more than 25 years, this program has allowed often cash-strapped local law enforcement jurisdictions to get the equipment they need to help our communities stay safe at a low cost. I am proud this amendment is supported by the National Association of Police Organizations, the National Sheriff's Association, and the Florida Police Benevolent Association. Through the 1033 program, the Defense Logistics Agency transfers unneeded excess military property to state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies. This property ranges from helicopters and vehicles to computers and medical supplies. This program has been crucial in allowing state and local law enforcement to acquire items needed for search and rescue operations, disaster response, active shooter situations, and other situations with equipment they otherwise could not afford. The 1033 program is not militarization of the police, but an important tool in protecting our communities. Last May, President Biden issued an executive order titled Advance Effective, Accountable Policing and Strengthen Public Safety. Despite what its title indicates, this executive order actually jeopardizes our public safety by effectively eliminating law enforcement's access to this vital surplus equipment. The EO institutes onerous reporting requirements and gives President Biden's politicized Department of Justice veto power over lawful transfers of equipment. This effort is a continuation of the Obama administration's policies that discount the critical needs of police officers in the interest of political optics, often for the far left's defund the police movement. This amendment is simple. It rolls back this misguided EO. It requires the Secretary of Defense to make all excess equipment meeting the definition of controlled property available for transfer through the 1033 program. Congress has prohibited, and this is important, Congress has prohibited the transfer of bayonets, grenades, weaponized tracked combat vehicles, and weaponized drones under the program. President Biden, however, overruled congressional intent by implementing this executive order, unilaterally barring additional items from the 1033 program. The program was authorized by Congress to keep our communities safe from violent criminals, help local law enforcement respond to national disasters, and contrary to the narrative on the other side of the aisle, access to this equipment is vital to these law enforcement agencies' ability to protect our communities. There are countless examples in which this now prohibited equipment proved vital for law enforcement. Our state and local law enforcement put their lives on the line to keep us safe. Their jobs are tough enough. We cannot seek to demonize them, defund them, or certainly to deprive them of the equipment they need. And this amendment doesn't fully address many of the burdensome paperwork and regulations that President Biden has placed on the program. It is a good first step to get them the equipment they need as Congress intended. I urge support for this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The 1033 program has been around for 30-plus years. It has been an open conduit through which armaments directly from battlefields have flowed directly into the hands of state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies from the battlefields. This equipment has operated to militarize police departments without civilian authority. The 1033 program operates such that a law enforcement agency, even a school law enforcement agency, university law enforcement agency, can just simply petition the Defense Logistical Agency for whatever equipment is listed on the website. They can order it as long as they can pay for the transportation of it to their location. They can get the equipment without any civilian oversight authority approving it. And the rules of the 1033 program require that once the law enforcement agency takes possession of the equipment, that it be used, that it be placed into service within 1 year of its acquisition, or else it has to be returned. And so that's a recipe for law enforcement agencies to acquire military-grade weaponry without county commission, city council approval. They get it, and they must put it into use within a year of their receipt of it. And so that means that untrained police officers using military equipment against civilians without civilian authority approval, that is a pipeline that needs to be shut down. And I'm glad that President Biden, after President Obama shut the pipeline down to a great extent, President Trump reopened it, and now President Biden has shut it down. Now we have this amendment that seeks to open it to even more militarized equipment than was allowed in the first place. If you want large caliber, 50 caliber weaponry from the battlefields of Afghanistan and Iraq to flow to your neighborhood, then you support this amendment. If you want crew-served large caliber weaponry, artillery, mortar rounds, if you want that coming into your property, into your community, then vote for this amendment. If you want weaponized drones from the battlefield to flow to your community without your representatives' knowledge or consent, then vote for this amendment. If you want flamethrowers, if you want missiles, if you want all kinds of equipment that this amendment opens the door to come to your community, then be in favor of this amendment. I stand opposed to it. And with that, I recognize the gentle lady from Texas for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman only has 1 minute time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It must be nice to perch yourself upon privilege. You see, the vast majority of my colleagues across the aisle have never had to have the talk. In fact, most of them may not even know what the talk is, but let's talk about it, because I am going to talk to you about my life experiences as a civil rights lawyer and urge that we legislate from a place of compassion instead of conspiratorial sunken place. So let's talk about these weapons. Let's talk about the fact that in the summer of 2021, when George Floyd was killed, I represented over 600 protesters pro bono. And you know what? Unfortunately, these were people that believe in the Constitution and understand that there's more than one amendment besides just the Second Amendment. They were actually exercising their freedoms under the First Amendment, but instead what happened is they ended up becoming victimized. And let me tell you, when I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about conjecture. I'm talking about what's real. You can Google Brandon Saines, a 26-year-old who had his eye shot out. So let me be clear. You can be injured and it not necessarily be a firearm. And honestly, if my colleagues really care about making sure that we're going to be safe in our streets, then maybe we would get some gun reform and stop going after DEI and stop going after women's reproductive rights. Because if you believe in freedom, then kids should be able to go to school
The gentlelady
and know
is
that
no longer recognized. You don't have any time. The gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I have some time, and I yield that time to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman has 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman from Florida for bringing this important amendment, and I appreciate him allowing me to speak for a moment to support the amendment. This amendment would prohibit the Biden administration from unilaterally issuing any restrictions on the 1033 program, which allows police departments across the country to have access to life-saving military surplus equipment. It's imperative that our federal, state, and local law enforcement maintain access to this equipment used to protect and save the lives of Americans, especially in circumstances of terrorist attacks, search and rescue operations, natural disasters, or, yes, riots in our cities. The Obama and Biden administrations put restrictions on the 1033 program that helps police departments across the country. Their anti-police action would limit the ability for police departments to obtain equipment needed for border security, counter-drug operations, and more. In a time when morale is low in police departments across the nation, thanks to anti-police riots and calls to defund the police by my friends across the aisle, we must take every action possible to ensure our law enforcement officers have the tools they need to keep themselves and our community safe, essentially to do their jobs. And I'm proud to support the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
The gentleman has 15 seconds remaining. Gentleman's
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. I reserve.
All the time on the other in opposition has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we talk a lot about misinformation. There are no instances of artillery, missiles, flamethrowers, or anything else that's been said about this being passed on to law enforcement. That's prohibited by Congress, and this amendment would not change that.
Gentleman's
Thank you, Mr.
time has
Speaker. I yield
expired.
my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman?
A recorded vote.
I request a recorded vote, yes.
The yeas and nays have been requested. A recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. Yeah, I know next time I will say something like that. Chair understands that amendment number 42 will not be offered. The chair understands that the amendment number 43 will not be offered. The chair understands the amendment number 44 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 45, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment requires the Secretary of Defense to submit to Congress a report on Allied contributions to defense spending. The 1985 NDA established an annual report from the Department of Defense on Allied contributions to our common defense, with the initial focus on NATO. Of course, the Cold War was going on then, but that continued until 2004. DoD stopped producing this report as the Pentagon's priorities shifted to the global war on terror. Nevertheless, the report is an important one. NATO allies have an obligation to provide their own defense. We don't want there to be some misunderstanding that NATO membership has somehow bought war insurance and that America will either fight or fund your war. We will help you fight and win a war under Article 5, and only then if Congress authorizes combat. We might authorize spending, we might authorize combat, but Congress is the body that declares our wars. We can do that better when we know whether our allies are promoting their own defense. If they're shortchanging their own defense, we might feel differently about the vulnerability. Weakness invites aggression, and unfortunately, many of our allies have invited that aggression. As Donald Trump cautioned Germany as an example, you shouldn't be doing business with Russia. And look how it turned out. Now, this isn't simply the fault of Germany underfunding their defense or becoming totally dependent upon Russia. Russia took advantage of it, but Germany was naive enough to fall victim to it. It hasn't hurt Germany as directly as it's hurt Ukraine, but it all works together. Ukraine's not a NATO ally, but they're an ally. They're clearly paying a high cost for their own defense. Could we have worked differently and prevented this combat? Let us look at other areas around the world, and as we look at our allies, whether it's Israel as an ally, Taiwan as an ally, or our NATO allies, others around the world, I think it's important that this report gets produced and we understand it. And I think it's also important that, if appropriate, we share it in public so that our adversaries know that we have a very strong collective defense and a strong commitment. But if we don't hold people accountable for it, we will inherently be weak because their intelligence services will know. It motivates our allies to do the right thing. Since 2006, the majority of our NATO allies have consistently failed to meet their 2% GDP defense commitment. Even as a war is taking place in their own backyard, the United States remains the largest contributor to the war in Ukraine. The U.S. should not continue to subsidize the defense of NATO member countries who choose not to invest in themselves. Good data makes for good legislation, and this report would supply Congress with valuable information that's needed to make sound policy decisions that put America first. I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I think it's important to point out in this amendment that our allies have very much stepped up in the war in Ukraine. And this was about a week ago now. The stats may be a little bit different, but the United States actually ranks 13th in terms of percentage of GDP that we have committed to help Ukraine. That means of our 53 partners, 12 others have been doing more than we have. My biggest concern about this amendment is twofold. One, it undermines that level of support and seems to imply that our allies are not doing that. And second, it, along with several other amendments here, can be interpreted as being anti-NATO. I am worried more about the other amendments than I am worried about this one. But make no mistake about it, the NATO alliance has served the United States' interests very, very well for its, well, quick math off the top of my head, roughly 70 plus, maybe 75 plus years of existence, and we should not be undermining that. This particular amendment, not as problematic, but the idea that our allies are not contributing, or the idea that the U.S. doesn't benefit from our contribution, I think is mistaken based on our place in the world. Right now, as we look to confront Russia and China, nothing is more important than our allies and partners. We need to work with them to build the coalition that is going to be able to stand up for a rules-based international order and for the peaceful resolution of our differences. I do not wish to undermine those alliances, and I hope we do remember the contributions of our allies. And that's basically all I have to say about this. I don't think we have any speakers, so I will yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman didn't raise an objection to understanding how much they're contributing. He implies he already knows. The world doesn't know, and I certainly don't get access to all that information. I do know they are paying for their own defense, and some of them quite a lot. I do know that they've helped in the war in Ukraine, and they've certainly taken on a heavy burden with refugees. But all that is different in different places around the world. And our allies stating how much they contribute certainly helps us make policy. I hope all my colleagues will see through this as an attempt to avoid accountability for our allies. We shouldn't underappreciate them, but we shouldn't cover for them either. We should hold them accountable, and the American people should know, hey, they are stepping up. They're doing really well. You can state it in percentage of GDP. That's the obligation, 2% of their GDP. And yet the biggest countries with the biggest resources, with very little debt, I might add, aren't paying for their defense. In our case, we're borrowing from China to defend our country and, frankly, to defend lots of them and people that aren't even part of our NATO alliance. So it is important that we pass this and we study it. Whether this amendment passes or not, we need to know it, and we need to hold them accountable for their failure to honor their obligations. And I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 46, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Alford of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment to simply add Air Force Reserve, in addition to Air National Guard, to Mr. Bacon's language that he secured in our National Defense Authorization Act that directs the Secretary of the Air Force to not terminate fighter flying missions until the Secretary submits a modernization plan to the Armed Services Committees with options for replacement aircraft with more capable aircraft. This is important not to just my district at Whiteman Air Force Base and the 442nd Fighter Squadron, but several bases across our great nation. As A-10s and other platforms are retired, we must ensure that our Air Force Reserve and Air National Guard units have follow-on missions. This amendment will help provide clarity to Congress and Reserve and Guard units on how the Air Force will modernize and replace our fighter squadrons. I think we all know that the world is changing. Our platforms are changing. The A-10 is a very lethal aircraft, as we've seen for the last 30 years. The mission at the 442nd at Whiteman Air Force Base, the men and women there have served proudly. I feel they and others deserve security in knowing, as a replacement is going to be there at Whiteman Air Force Base, that they have some answers and security from the Secretary until those final decisions of modernization are made. So I urge support of this amendment. I hope it gets bipartisan support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. This is part of a troubling battle that we have frequently on the Armed Services Committee. As the military, whether it's the Air Force or some other branch, is trying to move forward, they discontinue different programs. And there are always people who like those programs. And we step in and block it and make it difficult for the military to make the decisions they need to make. And at this particular moment in history, this is enormously important because innovation, new weapons technology, is absolutely crucial. Our information systems, just to give one example, are not where they need to be in order to manage all of the information that is now flowing, make sure that it is protected and it gets to who needs to get it in real time. We need to upgrade all of those systems. We need to improve our unmanned systems, drones, develop counter-drone technology, missiles, counter-missile technology. All of that is dependent upon new, innovative technologies that we need to adopt and implement, and that costs money. And if we can't discontinue previous programs, we have held on to many, many programs way past the point at which they are actually useful because it impacted somebody's district somewhere. And that's always going to be the case. So I am basically opposed to us stepping in and blocking these things and tying the hands of the military to upgrade and innovate in the way that they need. So I will be in opposition to this. I also want to explain something just quickly. I'm going to yield to Ms. Frankel in a minute, go back to you. She's not going to talk about this. She's going to talk about something else. And just for everyone's information, she can do that. I mean, basically, it's your time. You don't have to, you can talk about whatever you want. As I think about it, you can stand up and mumble gibberish for 2 minutes if you're so inclined. You got 2 minutes to do it. It's their time, not related to this, but it is still a perfectly lawful way to handle this. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm eager to hear what Ms. Frankel has to say, not related to this amendment. And I want to thank the ranking member for his hard work and dedication in crafting this bipartisan NDAA. This amendment is not intended to block in any way the modernization. We know that the A-10 is a legacy aircraft. A lot of people love the A-10. It has performed well in battle. It has seen effective lethality in several theaters of battle. The people who operate out of the 442nd have a deep love of their fighter mission. They have a deep passion for continuing that mission. They know that new platforms are coming. Whiteman Air Force Base is going to be home of the new B-21 stealth bomber. There are going to be complementary aircraft and programs to that. They know that. They know the world is changing and that the pacing threat from Communist China has really changed how we view warfare and deterrence. They get that. But we owe it to them. They deserve a little security, because it's very easy for them to pick up now and leave and go into the private sector. And there is too much talent in the 442nd and other fighter squadrons to not have that security. And that's all we're asking for in this amendment, Mr. Chairman, is a little security, a little appreciation, a little respect for the hardworking men and women who have dedicated their lives in service to America. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And after that warm introduction, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Thank you. My, Mr. Speaker, the Republican attacks on abortion never seem to end, and now they're targeting the servicewomen in the military. After that extreme decision by the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, half of the states in our country are banning or severely restricting access to legal abortion. Just take a look at this poster and this map. The dark shaded states are where these abortion restrictions are now in place, and look at those black dots. Those are over the 500 bases, military bases in our country. Many of them are in states that now ban or restrict abortion. That's why last year, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Defense established travel transportation allowances for service members and dependents who need to travel to access abortion. And shamelessly, the Republicans are now seeking to block this effort. Our service members, they leave their homes, their families, their friends, and are willing to risk their lives to serve our nation. They train hard, they have dreams, they have goals. We trust them with Black Hawks, intelligence operations, and special ops. We should trust them with their own health care decisions, including when it comes to deciding whether to start or grow a family. They stand for our freedom. It's time to stand for theirs. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 47, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to the NDAA, which would simply block funds from being made available to the Naming Commission established by Congress just a few years ago. The intent of that commission was to try to rewrite our nation's history by changing the names of our famous military bases and forts, tearing down statues, and even putting blankets over monuments with names not deemed worthy of remembrance by some. What a tragedy. You only have to look just outside my district at the famous Monument Avenue in Richmond, Virginia, which has recently been just desecrated by the removal of once famous beautiful monuments. This effort by this effort to remove statues and rename bases encourages an endless cycle of renaming institutions, buildings, and cities across the country under the destructive ruse of political wokeness. Historical sites are healthy environments to observe varied perspectives of historical events, engage diverse viewpoints, and inspire robust conversations as we remember our nation's history. We should protect American memorials to preserve and remember our history. It has been said that those who do not remember history are condemned to repeat it. I urge my colleagues to consider the precedent being set by this arbitrary effort to rewrite our nation's history. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment to preserve our history and fight these reckless efforts to destroy our country, our founders, and our history. And I reserve.
Reserves for does the gentleman for Washington seek
Thank you.
recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman yields 2 minutes.
This is actually sort of my favorite amendment of the group because it sort of drives home the point. When we talk about history, you got to understand the history of how these bases were named. So we had the Civil War, we got rid of slavery, we tried Reconstruction. Reconstruction did not go well. And then there was a concerted movement in this country to make sure that we continued to establish white supremacy as the way we were going to approach this country. A lot of fascinating books have actually been written about this. It was a very well-coordinated effort. There was an effort to rename all these bases after people from the Confederate War to celebrate white supremacy. And they were all meant, the Ku Klux Klan grew up all over the place. I can't remember the name of the guy, but a guy from my area just wrote a fascinating book about the Ku Klux Klan taking over the state of Indiana and the battle and the fight that went into that. So all of these bases that are named for our history, as you describe it, are monuments to white supremacy. So if you don't support white supremacy, or if, God forbid, you're black or not white, and you're going to go serve at a base that is a monument, historically, it's exactly why it was named that. It was named that as part of an overall concerted effort to establish white supremacy. But we're just going to let that go, all right? That is the kind of thing that undermines good order and discipline in the military, the kind of thing that makes people who aren't white feel like they are not included. Now, I do not believe for 1 second that the United States of America is an essentially racist country or that white supremacy is currently the policy that we are trying to advance. What I cannot understand is why so many people serving in this body don't want to stand up for that basic principle, want to continue to celebrate the worst parts of our history instead of the best parts. These monuments are supposed to reflect our values. This is not a value we should be reflecting. And oh, by the way, this is why we still need diversity, equity, and inclusion programs to try to educate people on these very fundamental facts that they ought to know. Please, if you supported all the others, please oppose this amendment. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I'm privileged to recognize the chairman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
For how much time?
1 minute.
1 minute, sir.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend from Virginia. I want to urge adoption of this amendment. I want to remind people that this commission was established for the purpose of renaming our major military installations that had been named after Confederate officers. That mission is complete. There is no reason for us to continue to spend funding on this commission to hunt for things to do. We were told it was going to cost only $1 million. They've gone over $30 million. We need to just let them complete their job, which they've done, stop this funding, and adopt this amendment. I urge a favorable vote on my colleague's amendment.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, the gentleman from Alabama, and I reserve.
Gentleman from reserves. The gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Virginia.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to personalize the remarks alluded to by our ranking member. Because I was born black in Virginia, raised there, I represent the former capital of the Confederacy. My entire family was raised in the former Confederacy. And for my entire life, I've lived in the shadow of Robert E. Lee and his fellow Confederate generals. He was a looming presence in my hometown of Petersburg, where the former Fort Lee sits. He was a looming presence in my neighborhood. And I want to talk about the monument that the gentleman from Virginia alluded to. One of the largest monuments to General Lee stood for 130 years around the corner from my house, which is ironic because General Lee himself did not believe monuments to Confederate generals should be erected, because he recognized that countries where there is a civil war, monuments to the losing side help to foster wounds that haven't healed. That's exactly what happened in this country. That monument and many others were put up as part of a backlash to the social, political, and economic gains of formerly enslaved people during Reconstruction. Another wave were put up as a backlash to Brown versus Board and the gains of the civil rights movement. When that monument came down, I felt a weight lifted off of my shoulders that I didn't know I was carrying. It was the burden of having to drive past a man who fought against the country he swore to serve to keep my ancestors enslaved, who himself owned people who could have been my ancestors and was documented to be horrifically cruel to them. We are trying to recruit a diverse armed services. We need to recruit the sons and daughters and granddaughters of the descendants of slaves.
Gentlelady's
and
time has
having them
expired.
walk into a building on a base named for their former oppressors is not going to create a welcoming environment. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, the true history of America is that no nation in the history of the world has rescued more people, freed more people, fed more people, ministered to more people, and yes, evangelized more people around the globe. No nation in the history of the world has been more welcoming to people from all nationalities, all races, all ethnicities, and given more opportunity, more upward mobility to people of, again, all races, all ethnicities, all nationalities. No nation in the history of the world did as the United States did just some 85 years after declaring our independence, where the nation went to war with itself, where the majority population suffered great loss of blood and treasure to free the minority population. No nation in the history of the world has that happened like it's happened in the United States of America. It was our founding documents and principles that provided the framework for us to realize our ideals of all men being created equal, endowed by our Creator by unalienable rights. The United States is unique among the nations of the world. Our history is worth preserving. It's worth protecting. It's worth remembering. It's worth honoring from. It's worth honoring, and it's worth learning and growing from. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
I believe we have the right to close on this.
You do?
Is that correct? Then I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, it is time to defund this naming commission. It's time for us to move past these efforts to change our history, and it's time for us to preserve our history and our founders and our principles of our nation, and to defund this naming commission. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of my time. And I actually agree with what the gentleman listed in terms of the great things that this country has done. And what is beyond belief is why in the name of God would we choose to celebrate the particular aspects of our history that don't reflect those values that the gentleman just explained. I want to talk about all the great things that the United States of America has done. I don't want to talk about our history of white supremacy. I want to understand it and make sure that we don't ever repeat it. And I have an enormous amount of respect for the chairman of the committee, but I want to make sure everyone understands what we're voting on here. This is to prohibit the use of federal funds to carry out the recommendations of the base naming commission. So to say that, oh, they're done, it doesn't really matter. This is going to block what they did. This is going to stop the ability to change those names. This commission was passed on a bipartisan basis to make sure that this is implemented. This amendment would gut that and go against that bipartisan agreement and the work that they have done. So please understand what you're doing, and as I said earlier, it is something we should not be doing. I urge a no vote.
Expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Gentlemen seek recognition.
I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 48, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the House about our National Defense Authorization Act. I just want to remind the House that the National Defense Authorization Act is to fund the Department of Defense, which mission is stated on their website that says their mission is to deter war and protect our nation's national security interest. My amendment is to stop cluster munitions or cluster munitions technology being sold or transferred to Ukraine. Cluster bombs are brutal, inhumane weapons that cause lasting harm to civilians in areas where they are used. When a cluster bomb is deployed, it launches multiple different submissions, which are smaller bombs, in all different directions. The impact radius of cluster bombs varies, but can be as high as several football fields. This causes more widespread destruction, imposing a greater risk to civilian areas, which kills lives. It doesn't save lives. Also, this is an escalation in war. It doesn't deter war. The dud rate varies per bomb, and the dud rate is very important. But they can be typically anywhere between 2% and as high as 40%. These bombs are very unreliable, which makes them very dangerous. Congress even passed a law in 2009 that says the U.S. cannot deploy or transfer cluster munitions with a dud rate higher than 1%, but the president can sign a waiver to bypass this restriction. The Biden administration says that they will not deliver cluster bombs to Ukraine with a dud rate higher than 2.35%. But again, the dud rate is known to be anywhere between 2% and as high as 40%, which means we do not know. Also, over 120 countries are party to the Convention on Cluster Munitions, banning the use, production, transfer, and stockpiling of these weapons, including most of the U.S.'s NATO allies, which is extremely important. And I would like to remind the House, Ukraine is not a NATO member nation. What's next? Chemical or biological weapons? Nuclear weapons? Again, this is an escalation of war that does not belong in our nation's funding bill for the Department of Defense. And with that, I'd like to reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek to claim time in opposition to the
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 90 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for 90 seconds.
The reality is Ukraine needs these munitions. Until the West can meet the full demands of the war in Ukraine, these munitions will fill the gaps and ensure a successful Ukrainian counteroffensive and ensure that the Ukrainians are not defenseless. The goal is to give Ukraine the tools it needs to end this war quickly. A protracted war will cost more lives and allow Putin to commit more war crimes. Mr. Speaker, I was in Bucha and stood where some of these crimes were committed. And ultimately, this amendment was not introduced out of concern for civilians. No, this amendment exists because of very few members across the aisle don't seem to mind if the Russians win. And then we would see democracy fall and authoritarianism rise. To ensure Ukrainian victory, we must continue to make these very tough decisions that will end this war and ultimately save lives. And I reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 1 minute to Ms. Jacobs from California.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Cluster munitions maim and kill indiscriminately.
and they often fail to explode on impact, leaving communities littered with dangerous, unexploded landmines for years, if not decades. Cleaning them up is expensive and dangerous and takes a long time. And despite claims about the dud rates, we know that when actually used in war, these weapons are unpredictable and kill more civilians than anticipated. That's why I'm opposed to sending cluster munitions to Ukraine. But unlike some of my Republican colleagues, I am a strong supporter of Ukraine. My bipartisan amendment would have banned the transfer of all cluster munitions to any country. And my amendment would have garnered strong support across both parties. But it's clear that this amendment is not about cluster munitions at all. It's about opposing any support to Ukraine. We shouldn't be transferring cluster munitions at all. And the U.S. should join 123 other countries in banning this weapon once and for all and protecting civilians and the children that are maimed and killed by these horrific weapons. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady reserves.
The gentlelady reserves, yes. Thank you.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman's recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. As a 31-year Army veteran myself and the very grateful dad of 4 sons who've served in Iraq, Egypt, and Afghanistan, I want to reestablish peace through strength as developed by President Ronald Reagan. We must support Ukraine to end criminal Putin's war of aggression as quickly as possible and stop the carnage with Putin's mass murder of innocent civilians. Putin's forces are bombing civilians, kidnapping children to Russia, raping and torturing, and have mined a nuclear plant and blown up a dam. In light of Ukraine's ongoing counteroffensive, which is pitting Ukrainian defenders against dug-in Russian soldiers, cluster munitions are an effective new weapon to Ukraine's arsenal. These weapons will be effective against fortified Russian trenches and concentrated troops of Putin's soldiers who are being sacrificed to death by Putin for his own personal gain of oil, money, and power. The Wall Street Journal has editorialized, Biden is right on the cluster bombs for Ukraine. Cluster bombs are an anti-personnel weapon that ejects multiple bomblets over a large area. They can be very effective to promote the Ukrainian cause. Ukraine isn't seeking to use these bombs against civilians. There is moral distinction between Russia's aggression and Ukraine's use of cluster bombs for defense. These best suited are made to be a trade-off against the risk or for the Ukrainians whose lives are on the line every day. I urge opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1 minute of my time to the congressman from Florida, Matt Gaetz.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
It is worth acknowledging the great bipartisan work on this issue with my colleague, Ms. Jacobs, and my colleague, Mr. McGovern, who have been speaking on these issues with clarity for some time. The opponents of the amendment made the principal argument that we have to do anything for Ukraine to win the war. Why not just send the nukes? Like, if the standard is we'll do anything for Ukraine to win, send the tactical nuclear weapons. Of course, we're not going to do that, which means there has to be a line somewhere. And I would hope that we could draw that line somewhere on the humane side of, like, the cluster bomb question. These bombs are indiscriminate. For goodness sakes, we are still cleaning up cluster bombs in Laos because civilians are being killed. So when my colleagues say, well, civilians won't be killed, tell that to the people in the places where cluster munitions have been deployed and people are still being killed, because that is in fact the case. It's also an argument that's been made that, well, the Ukrainians are only going to use this in their own country. How depraved to use these bombs in your own country. That's not a reason to vote against the amendment. It's the reason to vote for it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady reserves. That's 30 seconds. Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Gentleman's recognized for 90 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I fully support Ukraine in its existential fight for freedom and democracy. I've also spent years in this chamber addressing the issue of civilian casualties. In fact, I'm one of the founding co-chairs of the Protection of Civilians in Conflict Caucus. Why? Because I spent the formative years of my life in Afghanistan seeing the results, the horrific results of war, including cluster munitions. But there are times in this chamber that a measure doesn't do what you think it does, but it in fact does the opposite. This measure will not stop the use of clusters in Ukraine. And I have written to the administration, I've asked for clarity, I've asked for assurances and mitigation measures, and I will continue to do that. What this measure will do is play right into pro-Russian, pro-Putin propaganda. It will be twisted and contorted by nefarious actors to say that America doesn't support Ukraine, that Democrats don't support Ukraine, and that is not where we need to be. Because that is the history of this bill. That is the history of those, many of those, who are supporting this bill, who have originated this bill. That is the context from which this bill originates. And that is not where progressive, pro-Ukrainian members should be. And I urge my colleagues to support this, to oppose this measure vociferously. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you,
30
Mr.
seconds
Speaker.
remaining.
Thank you. Again, I urge the House to pass this amendment. Our National Defense Authorization Act is for the funding of the Department of Defense. It's for our nation, for the United States of America. And there should be no funding for a foreign war. There should be no weapons sent that increases war. As a matter of fact, that leaves bombs behind for generations to come. That hurts the Ukrainian people. And for anyone to say that this must be done to help the Ukrainian people doesn't care about the innocent Ukrainian lives that will be killed for years to come from these cluster munitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge the House to pass my amendment.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized. He has 1 minute remaining.
Well, we hear a lot about humanity here. Let's put the facts in front of that. The Ukrainians are firing as many artillery shells in 2 days than we produce in a month. They will run out. They will be defenseless. And if you are suddenly now worried about civilians, watch what Putin has already done. Raped, murdered, tortured innocent civilians, targeted civilians, and if there are no artillery shells to defend them, he will go unheeded. Then you will see inhumanity that we have not seen since the Second World War. Vote against this amendment.
Yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia will be postponed.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 49, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my Amendment 49, which would require that all documents and correspondence of the Countering Extremism Working Group are provided to the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government and the Committee on Armed Services. I am offering this amendment to build upon a larger concept and theme within the House NDAA this year, ending the politicization and weaponization of the DoD. I am proud to stand with my colleagues here in the House and fight for an NDAA which is focused on warfighting, readiness, and lethality, for an NDAA which conducts meaningful oversight into the political issues which have infiltrated the DoD in recent years. Through our work in the Judiciary Committee and on the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, we have discovered that rampant abuse of power is not confined to one agency or department, nor is it limited to one subject area. In the wake of a partisan political persecution spurred by the events on January 6th, extremism or domestic violence extremism has been misconstrued to include a wider group of individuals to serve as a predicate for state surveillance, invasion of privacy, and in some instances, deprivation of rights. We first uncovered this within the DOJ with the padding of DVE crime statistics, which was done to support the political statements of policymakers. In my first 7 months in Congress, I have had the opportunity to uncover some of these abuses. However, there are some legacy issues which date back to my time, before my time in Congress, to a time when true oversight for the purpose of the protection of the rights of Americans took a backseat to the politicization agenda of some influential leaders on the other side of the aisle. One such issue was other potential abuses of extremism in the government, including the DoD Countering Extremism Working Group. My amendment would ensure that both committees receive documentation from the DoD about the work done in the Countering Extremism Working Groups so we can provide proper oversight. I hope there is nothing there. I hope we find that the DoD abused no serviceman or woman's rights and that this was an exercise in legitimately protecting their own force. But without confirming this through the evidence, I cannot trust that the Biden administration and the DoD under Secretary Austin did the right thing simply because they have failed to earn the trust of the American people due to routine exposure of wrongdoing and abuse. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Woman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may need. Mr. Chair, there's a lot of buzzwords, complicated sub-working groups and weaponization and all these sort of language that may hide what is happening here. But I want to be crystal clear about what this amendment does. As someone who served in uniform proudly 2 combat deployments, this weakens our military, it weakens our national security because it essentially tries to sweep back under the rug what is a growing, more dramatic problem of extremism of many kinds within our Department of Defense, something that has had bipartisan agreement. And rather than keeping that bipartisan, sober tenor to the debate, this amendment, hypocritically in my opinion, actually politicizes it by referring it to, unfortunately, a subcommittee that is, I think, broadly known to operate in that way. But let's be clear what's happening in our Department of Defense. Bias, discrimination, hate, and extremism threaten the safety of all communities and institutions, and our military is no exception. I think we can all agree one extremist in the ranks is one too many. And the U.S. intelligence community's annual threat assessment once again concluded transnational, racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists continue to pose the most lethal threat to U.S. persons and interests, and a significant threat to a number of U.S. allies and partners. The Countering Extremism Working Group has functioned exactly as intended. It should continue its work to ensure that extremism has no place in our military. They are doing good, necessary work. We must continue to, as members of Congress and Americans, hold the principle that this work should be nonpartisan. It should not be under the sort of heated, politicized rhetoric that I fear this amendment would put it under. So I stand in strong opposition and encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment and yield back, Mr. Chair.
Does the gentleman reserve?
My apologies. Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The
Thank
gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Yes, this bill is nothing more than related to transparency and oversight. We have had FBI whistleblowers who have testified before the Judiciary and the Select Committee as to how the FBI is padding its DVE statistics. We want to ensure that the Countering Extremism Working Group is not just another way in which our government has been weaponized against the American people. What I cannot understand is why any Democrat would oppose transparency and good government. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this is not a Democrat or Republican thing. This is about the American people, having pride in, and sending the message to all members, the millions of members in the Department of Defense, that we are proud of them, we support the work that our Department of Defense is doing, and we are not intending to politicize it in the way that this amendment does. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Well, thank you. Again, this bill is about transparency and oversight. We all support our troops. This isn't about not supporting our troops. This is about ensuring that the Countering Extremism Working Group has not been politicized. Nothing more and nothing less. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's clear when you see how this weaponization of the federal government subcommittee has operated, sadly, to me as someone who loves our country, it has become a deeply partisan body. So with all due respect to my colleague, I don't agree with your characterization in any way. And the other piece here that is not being spoken and said, anti-Semitism, violent white nationalism are on the rise in the Department of Defense, and this working group is directly focused on countering that. Politicizing that work undercuts that important work, puts our troops at risk, and puts our national security at risk. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from
I would note for the record that the gentleman on the other side just slandered the men and women in service, in uniform, by making the accusations that he has. And again, what I'm talking about here is simply providing us with the documentation. This isn't about interfering in the work that the working group has done. It's simply to oversee and make sure that particular working group is not being weaponized against our men and women in service. As I said, we may not find anything at all. They may have done exactly what they were required to do. But at the same time, there is nothing wrong with this body overseeing and ensuring that these types of groups are operating the way that they should. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close and wrap this up.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
You know, again, the word of the day is transparency. Any group that is within the Department of Defense, we should have oversight, and that's all that this bill does. So with that, I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, in brief, while I understand the spirit of what my colleague is saying, there has to be reasonable lines at which we cannot say there is unlimited resources to dedicate to unlimited oversight of every conspiracy theory that may be out there. So I would reassert in closing, dealing with extremism cannot be about political or ideological litmus tests, but practical threats to the operations and values of our military. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I would request a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I would request a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of the Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 50, printed in the House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment strikes Section 217, which authorizes funds to NATO for the joint fund established for the, quote, Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic Initiative, with an acronym DIANA. NATO has suffered from major mission creep and bureaucratic bloat, while separate entities like DIANA are tied closely to innovation, to the Innovation Fund that was to launch in NATO in 2022. There are 22 allies listed as participants, and the United States isn't one of them. Meanwhile, there are numerous countries that are participating in this fund, Germany, Turkey, Italy, Spain, etc., who already do not meet their 2% GDP commitment to fund their own defense. Why would we expect them to contribute fully to Diana when they won't contribute the basic amount to their own defense, which is NATO's purpose, to defend? It's a defensive alliance. We've had colleagues who support a new strategic purpose for NATO. It doesn't need a new strategic purpose. It is even accomplishing its own purpose to focus on its own defense. You have countries like Germany who have literally no debt. There's very little debt in their country. Meanwhile, the United States is borrowing money to fund things like this. So we could fund it for our own country, but I don't know that we need to fund it on behalf of NATO. This program adds one more financial burden to the United States within NATO, while European countries take a free ride off of our efforts. There is no focus from the United States government to make these countries pay for the commitments they made as part of being members of the NATO alliance. Since 2006, they've all avoided their basic financial responsibility. There is no reason to expand the financial obligations within NATO until they follow through and honor their commitments. I reserve.
For what purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start by yielding 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York and the ranking member of our Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This is a poorly conceived and ill-intentioned attempt to kill the United States support for the Defense Innovation Accelerator of the North Atlantic Program, otherwise known as DANA, which is a cooperative NATO effort to outsmart and out-innovate our adversaries. The DIANA program was set up by NATO as an effort to spur increased defense research and development funding to rapidly adapt to a new era of strategic competition by bringing key defensive experts together with the NATO alliances, leading entrepreneurs, and academic researchers. The DIANA initiative is specifically designed to leverage breaking developments and critical advances in next-generation defense capabilities such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, hypersonics, space domain, as well as advanced materials and manufacturing sciences for the benefit of all NATO allies. With U.S. adversaries such as Russia and its brutal, unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine, and our global competition with China, where China has efforts to outpace the United States in technological superiority and undermine international norms and freedoms, continue to malign efforts, it is more important than ever that we work closely with our NATO allies to out-innovate, out-compete at the leading edge of defense technology. Eliminating funding from DIANA program is precisely the opposite of what we should be doing. The opposite. We should be working together with our NATO allies in a collective way. Therefore, I encourage all members to oppose this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I agree that we should be working collaboratively with our NATO allies. In fact, we do. I was fortunate to get to serve in Germany at a time that the Cold War was at its heights. I saw the wall fall while I was there. And I got to see people rushing to our side. They were not asking for more government. They were asking for more freedom. Germany is reunified, things we never thought we would see. But they're also spending their money on all sorts of things except their own defense. Now, they spend something. They're helpful. I don't want to underappreciate the good things they do. But we shouldn't continue funding initiatives together unless they honor their commitment. In fact, only 7 countries out of these 23 countries are paying 2% of their GDP. If we don't hold them accountable, why are they going to step up? They're not. Meanwhile, we're bankrupting our own country, making us weaker, less free, less safe, more burdened by debt, and we're not holding our allies accountable for paying their fair share. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Larson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic and ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment. The Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic helps the United States and its NATO allies counter Russia and China through the accelerated development of innovative technologies to defend the U.S. and our NATO allies. These innovative technologies include artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and hypersonic missiles in defense, all valuable tools to give the U.S. and its NATO allies leverage over Russia and China. Continued U.S. leadership and collaboration with NATO allies on emerging technologies will lead to greater innovation and ensure the U.S. will have a direct influence on the modernization of the NATO alliance. Earlier this year, an American was elected chair of the board of the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, and 2 Americans currently serve on the board. The U.S. will lead this new, necessary NATO national security effort, and Americans will continue to work alongside its allies to build a stronger alliance and a safer world. In addition, the language that's in the underlying bill is actually the language to authorize the U.S. to begin funding its part. That's why the U.S. doesn't currently fund its part. We had to write legislation to get the U.S. to the DoD to get its authorization to fund its part in Diana. In addition to that, the next 5 years, the U.S. commitment is about $47 million, while NATO allies will contribute about $1.1 billion. So I would say we're going to get our money's worth, Mr. Chair. The U.S. has to support the Defense Innovation Accelerator for North Atlantic. I urge my colleagues in supporting this effort and to support U.S. participation in NATO and to oppose this amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chair, reserve the balance of time.
Pardon?
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. This is an important signal to send to all our allies. We are indeed your allies, but we're not going to fund or fight your wars. You're not buying insurance for America to carry the load. We're a participant. We'd love a collaborative relationship. And the idea that they're doing something better in Diana is encouraging, but they're not honoring the fundamental nature of the agreement. And that's a problem. We have to hold them accountable for doing just that. And I don't understand why my colleagues object to doing that. I understand people are passionate about the Diana program, and that's why I hope they're passionate about it. You've got something maybe they care about. I don't know. But we've got to send the message that you can't just underinvest in your own defense and count on America to bail you out. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may use.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, with respect to my colleague and alum of United States Military Academy, I respectfully disagree. I think at this moment, when our allies and our entire alliance is engaged in direct hot war, is a moment where we have to have our allies' backs, where we have to lead by assuming some risk and hoping and pushing and nudging our allies to follow. So I do respect the spirit of what my colleague is saying, but in the heat of battle is not the time to question our allies or to back away from our allies. And in fact, as my colleagues have said, it is the moment to lean in and strengthen our alliance, bolster innovation, and bring to bear the resources of the Diana effort. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. It is precisely the time to lean in and have your allies back. And if our allies won't do that now, when will they do it? There's a war on their borders, and they will not invest at the levels they've committed to do as part of the treaty. If they won't do it now, when will they? How do we not hold them accountable for this? We have no defined mission. We have no accountability for no defined strategy. And we just have an open checkbook. How in the world does this encourage a stronger alliance? It doesn't. And my colleagues, I ask you, please support this amendment. please hold our NATO allies accountable for doing what they said they would do. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment 32. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 51 printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer Amendment number 51 as the designee for Mr. Roy.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
I thank the Speaker. This amendment expresses a sense of Congress. This doesn't even have teeth on it. It just asks nicely, please, NATO allies, would you contribute the amount that you said you would, please? It's a kind ask. It's a sense of Congress that you should do what you said you would do. So NATO countries who choose not to invest in their own defense, specifically meeting the 2014 Wales Summit Defense Spending Benchmark, better known as the 2% GDP commitment, should be held accountable for that. That's all it's saying, is you should actually do what you said you would do. In 2006, NATO defense ministers agreed to annually commit a minimum of 2% of their nation's GDP on their own defense. According to NATO, this spending threshold serves as an indicator of a country's political will to contribute to NATO's common defense. In 2014, the NATO alliance adopted the, quote, Defense Investment Pledge. At that time, only 3 of NATO's 28 NATO member countries were meeting their 2% defense spending commitment. At that time, the NATO alliance issued this statement, quote, we agree to reverse the trend of declining defense budgets, to make the most effective use of our funds, and to further a more balanced sharing of costs and responsibilities. Our overall security and defense depend both on how much we spend and how we spend it. They recognized the problem and they committed to change course back in 2014. The Senate ratified this pledge in 2014 with a yes vote, 97-2 in 2022. NATO's annual report showed that only 7 of now 30 NATO member countries meet the 2% GDP defense spending line. Numerous NATO member countries use the United States security umbrella to evade their financial commitments to their own defense. There's a war raging on their borders, and they're still not stepping up. If not now, when? This bill doesn't cut any. This amendment that I'm offering right now on behalf of Mr. Roy that I've co-sponsored doesn't cut anything. It just says it's a sense of Congress that you should do what you said you would do. It's a sense of what the Senate said, 97-2, when they ratified it, that, yeah, we agree with this pledge. The United States is doing it. Why in the world shouldn't our own countrymen expect the members of their alliance to do what they said they would do as part of the alliance? Failing to do this makes our alliance weaker, it makes our alliance less secure, and it sets a horrible standard for any future ally. I urge support for this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from the purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this week NATO leaders held a summit in Lithuania to discuss, address, and prepare for the alliance's future. It was done with the United States at the table, leading the efforts to galvanize ambitions in the face of multiple threats, most notably those related to Russia's unjust and tragic war against Ukraine. And in Lithuania, allies agreed to continue to ramp up support for Ukraine and use the 2% of GDP amount as a floor. Some of our strongest allies in the alliance are set to move even beyond that threshold in the coming years. We have not seen NATO stronger, NATO working closer together, NATO speaking together. Now, I know that the former president thought that NATO had outlived its usefulness and that we should not be a part of it. And this amendment would lend itself to that type of mentality when we know that the strength of NATO is its unity, when we know that what Mr. Putin was after was to divide NATO. We don't need to utilize any language or have any that would accelerate that thought. What we need to do is to make sure that we continue with the spirit of what took place at the NATO summit. The language of this amendment seeks to create disunity at a time when NATO's unity is being actively tested by Vladimir Putin. So no, we should not agree to denounce our allies in the NDAA, as this amendment does. We should not look to reignite some of the disunity and disruption that previous American First policies promoted.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield another 1 minute to the gentleman from New York.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. No, we should not look to, as I said, reignite some of the disunity and disruption that America First or America Only promoted. We don't need to call out in an amendment our strongest of allies. This amendment calls out and criticizes and denounces Canada, Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, Spain, Denmark, France, many others. In the middle of war, I surely would not want to be fighting a war in a bunker, saying we're allies, and then someone is denouncing me. That is not the way allies stick together and fight an unjust war that is currently taking place in Ukraine, where you have Russia taking sovereign property of a sovereign country, taking land of a sovereign country. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just point out that Ukraine is not a member of NATO. I know some of my colleagues want to make them that so, maybe so that we could already go to war with a country that would inherently involve Article 5 were they to be admitted today because they're in a state of war today. But they're not. And so we aren't having NATO allies in bunkers right now, hunkered down, and having allies call them out. But the surest way to wind up there is to continue to underinvest in our defense. And that's exactly what more than 75% of our NATO allies are doing. They said they would invest in their defense, and they're not doing it. How do they have no shame? They expect us to carry the load? Are we going to fight and fund their wars? I mean, we did help a lot in World War I. We helped a lot in World War II. There were a lot of people that fought and died, not just Americans, to get there. But America is a great ally. And we're simply asking that they too become great allies. That's all this amendment does. It doesn't cut funding. It doesn't bail on them. It simply says, hey, we expect you to do what you said you would do. We're just calling it out. You're not doing it. Please do it. Reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I want to remind my colleagues that the word, as my colleague from New York has said, the word denounces is a strong word, especially to use in the heat of battle and the heat of an unprecedented, unjust war. I'd like to yield one more minute to the gentleman from New York.
The
Mr.
gentleman
Meeks.
is recognized for 1 minute.
What NATO has done when they've seen the taking of property from a sovereign country is stick together. The one thing that Mr. Putin did not think would happen, who thought that we would be divided, has not happened. And NATO has been stronger because they see the inhumanity and the criminal activity that is now taking place by Vladimir Putin. One voice standing together to stop that. While the Ukrainian people who are fighting, it is the allies in NATO who are giving the ammunition that is necessary to win. But for that, this war would have been over in 2 weeks or less. But it's that unity that has continued until Ukraine will win this fight. And we must stand together, not giving any weakness of disunity. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the chairman. This amendment doesn't deal with Ukraine, it deals with NATO. It doesn't say anything bad. It denounces people that don't do what they said. I denounce people that don't keep their word. Shame on you. You said you would do something and you didn't do it. You should be held accountable for that. That's all we're saying. 75% of NATO countries, the biggest, strongest, biggest economies, they're the ones that are underinvesting. There's some heroes out there like Poland and Estonia that are spending more than their share of their GDP. But the biggest, wealthiest countries in Europe are underinvesting. And it's time to hold them accountable. I yield back and urge our colleagues to support this amendment.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, again, in closing, I want to reiterate the points of Mr. Meeks. At the moment when NATO is headed in the right direction, when we're seeing the greatest strength, unity, cohesion, and results and success, back to the charter, the founding charter of the organization, now is not the time to take steps backwards and denounce our allies, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman in New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, request a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 52, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 52, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Rule 583, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
There is a time in every debate where everything has been said, but not yet by everyone. And that may be where we are in the DEI debate. But what I bring to the House now is the most fulsome amendment to completely remove DEI from the DoD. And even if my amendment doesn't pass, I want my colleagues to know that this NDAA in the base bill takes a meat cleaver to DEI. And the amendments that we have adopted in the last round of voting have certainly ensured that DEI, regardless of the passage or not of my amendment, will not be a principal feature of our military service if this bill becomes law, and that would be a great thing for our military. That said, it's important to note that in the name of DEI, our military has done some pretty strange things. Secretary Austin, in his first act, ordered a 24-hour stand down so that everyone could reflect on their extremism. The reality is, even majority-minority units in the military found this divisive. They complained to my office, and certainly it did not create a more lethal force. Also, in the name of DEI, we've hired some rather strange people in the government. There's one DEI officer named Calissa Wing, and she actually, if you can believe this, worked in the DEI's department at DODOA, the education system within DOD, and she put out the following inclusive tweet. I'm so exhausted at these white folks in these professional development sessions. This lady actually had the audacity to say that black people can be racist too. I had to stop the session and give Karen the business. This was the person that we had hired to create a more inclusive environment, and I think it's indicative of the inherently divisive culture that has permeated radical racial ideology. My amendment gives us the opportunity to pull it up by the root, and I hope my colleagues support it. I would add this final point before yielding back. We have standards in the military that allow the military to expel racists and white supremacists completely in the absence of DEI programs. We've had those standards in the military for quite some time. And so even if my amendment were to become law, I don't want anyone in the body to think that we would be stuck with people in the military that didn't meet long-standing, pre-existing standards of personal conduct. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment, and I yield 1.5 minutes to Mr. Horsford.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this amendment. Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker, the maker of this amendment, talked about being exhausting. This issue that he has brought before this body and the committee is exhausting. Just this week, the sponsor of this amendment called diversity, equity, and inclusion in the military a, quote, failed experiment. He has called it cancerous. Just this week, a senator from Alabama stated that it was his opinion that white nationalists are not necessarily racist and refused to denounce white nationalists serving in the military. All of this with the backdrop of the same senator holding up hundreds of military nominations, which is actively hurting our national security, something that this NDAA bill would address. To what end? The U.S. Marine Corps does not have a confirmed commandant as we speak. And yet, just an hour ago, on this very floor, one of the members on the other side of this body said his amendment, quote, had nothing to do whether colored people or black people can serve, unquote. Mr. Speaker, these comments show exactly why we need diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Every day, our military grows more diverse, more and more reflecting the diversity of our nation. This amendment does nothing to address the recruitment shortfalls that our services are facing, and instead it will only make it more difficult to recruit Americans on diverse backgrounds representing the true makeup of our nation. What are you so afraid of? Why do you keep bringing these divisive issues to the body of this floor? You are out of order. You are exhausting, Mr. Gates.
The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman is no longer recognized. Woman from Virginia reserves.
I reserve.
Excuse me, a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
No, Mr. Speaker, I've made a point of order. You have to rule on the point of order.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
The gentleman has an obligation to address the chair, not other members. He did not do that. He was out of order, violating the decorum of the House.
The gentleman has not stated a proper point of order.
A parliamentary inquiry, then. I seek recognition to make a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his parliamentary
What is the
question.
parliamentary mechanism that requires an individual to address the chair? Because if it's not that and we can address each other, let's do that for the rest of the debate.
The chair will not engage in this dialogue. Would the gentleman like to be recognized for his 5
I
minutes?
want to be recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman is not recognized.
I'm not recognized for a parliamentary inquiry? I'm not recognized for a parliamentary inquiry?
The chair will not engage with the gentleman.
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
So the gentleman is recognized for his 5 minutes. The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Will the chair encourage members to address the chair and rather than one another?
The chair encourages all members to address the chair and not one another.
Very well. I seek recognition.
Thank you. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr.
Can you be respectful? Can we have a debate?
Yeah.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, thank you,
for
Mr.
his
Speaker.
amendment.
And Mr. Speaker, the childish antics that we just observed indicate that we've got a lot of work to do, both in this House and the military, not to have radical racial ideology governing our discourse and governing the policy choices that we make in these bills. The policy choice that my amendment seeks to make ensures that we do not have the cancer of DEI harming our military. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Florida.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I would just like to remind people that whether you're white, black, brown, we all bleed the same. So to have this completely divisive ideology being pushed, to have members from across the aisle making it about race, when some of these members have not even served, is completely, to me, not only a foreign ideology, but I'd like to remind people, when you're getting shot at, okay? When my husband was shot in Afghanistan, do you think he was sitting there asking what color the person that was evacuating him was? Do you think he was sitting there wondering about diversity, equity, and inclusion? No, the only thing he cared about was making sure that someone that was evacuating him knew how to do their job. That's what the military needs to be focusing on. So to have it about race just goes to show that maybe more members of across the aisle need to be serving in our military, because that's not something that we focus on. What we focus on is mission readiness. That's what it's all about. I don't care if you guys think that I'm racist. I'm a minority woman. Maybe I'm the wrong color of minority for you, but I'm a minority woman. I support this for those reasons because I've lost friends. Chairman, I yield my time.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman
I reserve, and I thank the chair for that acknowledgement.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to Ms. Takuda.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's been said once already on this floor, but I don't think it can be said enough. If we ever needed a reason to support DEI training, you need look no further than the debates, the antics that we have seen on this floor today, the childish, yes, actions that we have heard from the other side. In fact, from the backwards, racially insensitive comments spoken on this floor, it seems DEI training would be good right here in the halls of Congress. Chair, we have spent hours in markup already debating DEI, but apparently it wasn't enough. So here we are again, forced to debate yet another bad amendment. Never mind that 40% of our service members identify as members of minority groups, or that 42% of service members of color turn down assignments because of concerns about racism and discrimination that they have experienced. Never mind that almost half of all service members in a recent survey said they've been the subject of racial slurs or jokes in their communities. To say that we do not need DEI is to say racism and discrimination does not exist in our military and in our society. For the sponsor of this amendment to be proud of taking a meat cleaver to DEI flies in the face of all Americans and the diversity that we represent. What this reckless amendment and this obsession over DEI really exposes is a callous disregard for these service members and their experiences.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
They deserve better. America is better than this, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can answer the gentlelady's question. If her question is, when will we stop debating DEI? The answer is, when we get rid of DEI in the military. We will be here fighting this fight each and every day, because what fashions itself as an inclusive ideology is in fact inherently divisive and harmful. And I acknowledge that we have many minorities that serve in our military, and we are so grateful for their patriotism, but it's the very minority groups, it's the very minority service members in my district who come and complain about these initiatives. So this isn't an affront to our service members, it is something we are doing for our service members. And you know what they really complain about? A lot of this DEI training that takes away from their jumps, their live fire time, their time in the cockpit. We need to spend more time ensuring that we can protect the homeland and less time on pronoun training and the rest of this nonsense. I reserve.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much time do we have left?
The gentlewoman has 2.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this debate today demonstrates exactly why diversity, equity, and inclusion is necessary, not only in the military, but probably we need some training here in this body. But I'm going to limit my remarks to the armed services. I want to break down what DEI training actually is, because most of the comments I've heard today is not an accurate definition of what DEI is. I'm going to take those words one at a time. Diversity training recognizes that we, in diversity efforts, recognize we need to have a military, we need to have service members, we need to have an officer corps that reflects the diversity of the country that they protect. And for a wide variety of reasons, it doesn't. We need to recognize that our diversity is our strength and our unity is our power, but we can only have unity when we recognize and respect the diversity of this country and the people who serve. Equity recognizes that despite the fact the first casualty of the Revolutionary War was a black man weren't allowed to serve in the military until the Civil War. And until 1948, the service was segregated, and black men, like my uncles, were not allowed combat duty. My uncles were only allowed to cook when they served during World War II. My uncles brought back home stories of the names they were called, of the threats they received, not from the enemy, but from their fellow service members. Their children and grandchildren who heard those stories didn't want to serve in a military that was unwelcoming to them. Inclusion means we are creating an atmosphere and a workplace that is inclusive of the full diversity of everyone who serves. Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, the history of this country is complicated. The history of this country is rooted in the original sin of slavery and 100 years of Jim Crow, when black Americans were treated as second citizens, if they were treated as citizens at all. We have to teach that history. And most of the amendments we have seen today have either tried to whitewash that history or ignore that it ever happened. We cannot do it. I urge the body to reject this amendment.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 53 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 54 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 55, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in House Report number 118-184, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which exempts defense-related activities from the Endangered Species Act. This amendment would end the Endangered Species Act's application in areas used for national defense-related operations and prohibits the Secretary of Interior from designating areas necessary for military operations as crucial habitats. I've been listening to my colleagues now for quite a while this afternoon and this evening. Both sides. Where there was comedy and concord, it was always arguing over how much we need to be ready and prepared. But what's happening here is, I'll give you an example, the Yuma Proving Ground, the Barry Goldwater Range, where you can fire live fire missiles, booked literally months, almost a year in advance. Why? It's one of the most remote areas in the country that allows us to do it. But can we do it all the time? No. They're closed at least 12% of the time. That means contractors and the military can't complete their mission and prepare for their mission. Why is that? Compliance with environmental laws have created restrictions on how DoD manages, plans, and conducts training exercises on its installations, not just at YPG or in Goldwater. According to DoD, 85% of Army installations have threatened or endangered species present. 2 million acres of Army training and testing lands have training restrictions in place related to ESA compliance requirements. These restrictions hinder our readiness and our mission. I reserve.
What from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, this is an extreme solution in search of a problem that does not exist. The Department of Defense is not asking for this huge loophole from the Endangered Species Act. They've never asked for this, and they don't need it. This is the 50th anniversary this year of the Endangered Species Act. Since its enactment, the ESA has provided that all agencies of the federal government, including the Department of Defense, should conserve threatened and endangered species. This amendment undermines that commitment, essentially writing the Department of Defense out of the ESA. It broadly excludes all DOT activities, including activities of defense contractors, from ESA requirements. It also constrains other federal agencies from designating critical habitat, one of the most essential tools under the Endangered Species Act. This is habitat that is necessary for the recovery of an endangered or threatened species. There is zero evidence that the ESA is negatively impacting military activities. In fact, in many cases, setting aside areas around military bases for conservation actually helps the military by limiting other types of development and uses around essential military areas. Further, the Department of Defense already has a lot of flexibility on how they can comply with the ESA. We are in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, and the Endangered Species Act continues to be an essential, visionary, critical tool for keeping species from going extinct. It is a sad testimony to the extremism of the House Republican majority that they are turning this historically bipartisan NDAA into a bonfire of hate, bigotry, and ignorance, and this amendment throws another log on that fire by trying to use NDAA to gut one of our most vital and essential environmental laws. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this terrible amendment and yield back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To oppose this amendment is an example of hate, bigotry, and ignorance. This is a long-standing issue. When you stand there and have the audacity to say there's zero evidence, explain then why officials have to report that on the Goldwater Range, they had to cancel 8% of their F-16 training exercises. And why is this for? It's for the Sonoran pronghorn, which doesn't inhabit that range. It inhabits the Cofa National Wildlife Refuge and the Cabeza Prieta Refuge. But anytime that pronghorn gets within 3 miles of this massive, massive range that we have expended, by the way, y'all just voted to give Mr. Grijalva from Arizona more money to expand that and improve that. Guess what? Won't be able to be used in a significant portion of the time. Well, that's interesting. Sonoran pronghorn. If biologists determine that that pronghorn is present within 3 miles of the training range, they shut it down. We can't bomb in certain places, can't test the missiles in certain places. Why? For the Acuna cactus. I'm telling you, when you say this isn't necessary, it is necessary. It's not extremist to say we need to help get our military ready in one of the most unique training ranges in the country, and the Goldwater Proving Range off Luke Air Force Base and the Yuma Proving Ground. With that, I'll reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, very much. Mr. Speaker, as co-chair of the Congressional Endangered Species Caucus, I rise today in strong opposition to Amendment 55 of the National Defense Authorization Act offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. We are facing a biodiversity crisis in America and around the world. We should be discussing how better to protect our nation's wildlife instead of this unconscionable extreme agro-Republican attack to efforts to protect our endangered species. As my friend Mr. Huffman said, this is one of the most successful bills in American history. And this is an absolutely baseless attack on the Endangered Species Act that the Department of Defense has not asked for. No colonels, no generals, no admirals, no captains have said that they have trouble fulfilling their mission because of the Endangered Species Act. You know, the Department of Defense already has a strong natural resources program. They work very closely with the Fish and Wildlife Services, and they've been part of delisting many of the species earlier listed, including, most importantly, the American bald eagle. In the midst of a biodiversity crisis, we need an ESA that remains strong, and we need all federal agencies, especially the Department of Defense, to continue to collaborate with each other to protect our endangered wildlife. Actions to protect these species do not hinder our national security. Managing endangered species in balance with their mission is something that the Department of Defense already does very well. By the way, the Goldwater Range is actually managed not by the Endangered Species Act, by the Department of Defense own resource management plan. So I urge my colleagues to reject this unwanted, unnecessary, and destructive amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that it's interesting we're talking about the argument is protect wildlife. How about protecting the homeland? How about protecting our military by allowing them to be ready and prepared? How about protecting the development of new military capabilities through the research and development that goes through both the barium Goldwater Range, which, by the way, it is impacted by the ESA. That's why DOD responds. And also the COFA Range. And I will just say that I urge the passage of this amendment. I think it's necessary if you want to keep advocating for preparation, which everybody's been talking about. That's the only thing everybody's been in harmony about until you get to this. And then we're told that if you want that, somehow you're a bigot. Somehow you're ignorant. That's audacious. It's offensive. It's childish. And it doesn't warrant the worthiness of the debate that should be going on about a real issue. If you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. But you don't need to throw out ad hominem attacks, and that's really a shame. I yield back.
Yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Gentleman yields back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose is the gentleman from New York recognized?
I request a recorded vote on the amendment. Thank you. Sorry.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 56, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For nearly 2 decades, brave American service members gave their blood, sweat, tears. Many made the ultimate sacrifice to the U.S. mission in Afghanistan, fighting terror and ensuring our national security. In a few short days of abject incompetence from President Biden and his administration, those gains were erased. Now, after 3 long years, the Biden administration is yet to take any accountability for its despicable withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan. I still struggle to grasp the level of abdication of leadership and sheer dereliction of duty that occurred in Afghanistan on that day. To this very day, it should infuriate every single American to see the hateful and terrorizing Taliban regime regain control of Kabul once again, touting our own American weapons, aircraft, and machinery in a mockery of our long-standing fight for the freedom of Afghanistan. While the underlying bill does have a section prohibiting the transport of currency to the Taliban, which I applaud, by the way, this amendment goes further by prohibiting any funding to the Taliban. I mean, truth is actually stranger than fiction. We fought these people for 20 years. In their mind, we surrendered. In the world's mind, we walked out, abandoned the fight that Americans gave their blood, sweat, and tears for, and now we're paying them. This is some kind of clown show, if it weren't so sad. I ask my fellow colleagues to support this amendment, to refuse any kind of support to this hideous regime, especially since the Special Inspector for Afghanistan Reconstruction recently confirmed to the Oversight Committee that he cannot assure that American taxpayer dollars are not going to fund the Taliban. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim time in opposition to this amendment and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment ties the administration's hands in how it can best support the people of Afghanistan living under Taliban rule. It prohibits the use of any funds authorized via this bill to be used even tangentially to aid in our support of the millions of Afghan women and girls suffering under Taliban rule, or to those Afghans living in poverty and in need of humanitarian relief. The administration already jumps through many hoops to ensure that aid is not moving through Taliban hands. This amendment also removes the president's ability to issue waivers or licenses to allow for humanitarian need. This amendment counters our own interest to prevent humanitarian crises, to assist with detained Americans, and to continue our ongoing work to relocate all those Afghan allies who worked alongside the United States over the course of our 20-year war in Afghanistan. The amendment strives to be tough on the Taliban without any regard for the Afghan people, which will just embolden the Taliban and create further discord and distrust between the United States and Afghanistan. The amendment is a red herring. The boogeyman word in this amendment is the Taliban. What this amendment does is ties the hands of the administration by requiring sanction mitigation to go through Congress. That's the job for the administration. And with the dysfunction of this Congress, you should not even ask us to put toilet paper in the bathroom. This amendment would make that humanitarian aid illegal and people would die. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield the gentlelady from Florida 30 seconds.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Chairman, I couldn't help but pull out my pocket constitution, and I couldn't seem to find anywhere in here where it says we need to fund programs for humanitarian aid for women and children in Afghanistan. So with that, I just wanted to point that out, and I yield my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the text is not in the Constitution, it's in the bill. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington State, Representative Smith.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't say it any better than my colleague said it, so I will primarily associate myself with her remarks. But the bottom line is we have interest in Afghanistan. She mentioned a lot of the humanitarian interests. There are also national security interests. ISIS is present in Afghanistan. We have considerable concern about what they might do in terms of posing a transnational threat. We've taken strikes against there. There are many conceivable situations where we might need to work with Afghanistan in focusing on this issue, on humanitarian needs, on national security needs. If it requires Congress to do it, it ties the hands of the president to basically be able to implement the policies that we will need to protect our interests. There's no need to have this requirement. I join my colleague in urging a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remind everybody that this is the National Defense Authorization Act. It has to do with the military. If you want to keep spending money and sending money to Afghanistan, God bless you, then do it in state and foreign ops, do it in intel, do it somewhere other than in the Defense Authorization Act. This is about the defense of our country, about what's important to us and our military, not spending money in Afghanistan that should be spent on troops from the United States. I mean, if you're worried, Yes, you absolutely do want to tie the hands of this commander-in-chief. He has absolutely no clue what he's doing. He's the one that walked out of the battle, gave everything to Afghanistan, gave everything to the Taliban, gave premier weaponry to the #1 terrorist organization on the planet. And you want to send them more money? If you want to do that, you can vote for that. But don't do it on the National Defense Authorization Act. People wear the uniform with the flag on their shoulder in defense of this country, in defense of our ideas, not so that you can spend money on whatever, quixotic crusade that you're on in Afghanistan that you already failed at, and now you're trying to make amends for. With that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
The lady has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Washington State, Representative Smith.
The gentleman is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear. There is no money in the authorizing bill for Afghanistan. So the gentleman's worries are misplaced. In fact, if he wasn't bringing up this amendment, we wouldn't even be talking about it. So that last little bit there was completely wrong, totally confusing. Some big impassioned plea about how dare we pass an authorizing act that funds the Taliban. I want to assure all members there is no money in this bill for funding the Taliban. This amendment's got nothing to do with the authorizing bill. It goes way beyond that. We are not doing what the sponsor of this amendment just said we were doing. I don't know, maybe he wishes to withdraw the amendment at this point since it is pointless to his argument, but I just want to be clear for the members who will have to vote on this. It's not in the bill. This amendment has nothing to do with that. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, let me speak to that. If there's no funding in here and no authorization for spending any of American tax dollars in Afghanistan, then you certainly won't mind an amendment that does nothing.
The gentleman is not recognized.
Just 5
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
This prohibits the president from funding anything, including all that other stuff. So it goes beyond what's in the bill. You implied that in the bill we're funding this. The executive branch is a different thing. Your amendment would prohibit the administration from doing anything. That's the objection to it.
I don't want, reclaiming my time, I don't want, and I don't think the American people trust this president to spend any of their money in Afghanistan on the Taliban. This is about the Taliban and spending tax dollars. People get up in the morning while it's still dark out. They pack their lunchbox. They don't even see their kids before they go to school, and they go out to work to make a living and pay their taxes. And they dutifully do that. They want to support their country, including the national security of their country. I bet this is what they don't want to do. Spend their hard-earned tax dollars on the Taliban to persecute women and children and not let them go to school and hang up their adversaries on poles and crucify them and all those kind of things. That's what they don't want to pay for, and they don't trust this president to make the right decision because the last time he had the opportunity to do that, he screwed it up. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the last election proved that the majority of the people did trust the president. They voted for him. I want to just restate that we don't send money to the Taliban. We send money to USAID and charitable organizations, and they use the money to help the people directly. This amendment would make that work, that very important, critical, diplomatic, strategic work, illegal, and then people would die. They would die with that red blood. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
That money.
The gentleman has 15 seconds.
15 seconds. That money is being spent right now on the Taliban, and people are dying. Americans don't want this blood on their hands. They don't want to spend their tax money on the Taliban. You had 20 years to defeat the Taliban, and you walked away. I yield.
Yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire about the balance of my time?
The gentlelady has a minute 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say how important it is to read bills, and to read amendments. Once again, this amendment removes the President's ability to issue waivers or licenses to allow for humanitarian need. This amendment counters our own interest to prevent humanitarian crises, to assist with detained Americans, and to continue our ongoing work to relocate all of those Afghan allies who worked alongside the United States over the course of our 20-year war in Afghanistan. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields.
I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. The chair understands that Amendment 57 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 58, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I thank the chairman. This amendment simply prohibits the obligation of funds for promotion of or preference for sustainable building materials, including low embodied concrete or asphalt or net zero emissions in military construction. Let me be clear. This does not prohibit the use of those materials. You can still use them. It just ensures a fair playing field for all types of construction materials, including ones that we have a long history of knowing about and knowing what their integrity is, without the government's thumb on the scale. We don't need the government's thumb on the scale. We know what works, and we don't need to be experimenting with things that might be unsafe. The Biden administration is already demanding so-called green concrete and asphalt standards across the whole of government. They have committed to a government-wide effort to quote-unquote buy clean, including through construction materials. Now, I don't know, but buy clean, like I don't know what you think's dirty about concrete. Comes out of the ground, there's aggregate in it, Portland cement. I don't know what's unclean about stick-built construction made of wood grown all across the country. Hopefully it's grown across this country and not coming from China. Regardless, despite GSA issuing the first nationwide green concrete and asphalt standards according to their 2022 sustainability plan, environmentally preferable paving hasn't saved any money at the initial 6 job sites. Furthermore, it's unclear whether the technical changes in concrete mixtures, in other words, replacing Portland cement with things like fly ash and even hemp, are durable enough for any and all scenarios. Even the loudest voices advocating these technologies worldwide acknowledge the inability for the free market to adopt these technologies on its own. I'm going to quote the World Economic Forum because we love them so much. They're for America. In their 2023 report, it said it's a chicken and egg situation. If firms and their clients, as well as policymakers, don't prioritize, put their thumb on the scale for the use of low-carbon concrete in buildings and infrastructure projects, many manufacturers will be loath to allocate capital expenditures for materials production. And until low-carbon cement and concrete products are produced at greater scale, their availability and cost will be a concern for the industry. So you know what the answer is? The federal government's just going to demand it. That's the answer. Again, if green construction materials somehow become more cost-effective than traditional building materials, they will be used in private and public projects alike. In public and private project alike. Now, I'm just going to give you a scenario in my own hometown where they use fly ash underneath the asphalt at new construction, new government construction. And after about 6 months, when the asphalt on top of it all cracked because it was expanding and contracting due to heat and moisture. They tore it all back out and put the old stuff in that works. I'm not saying that we shouldn't endeavor to find new things that are better. But what I am saying is that the market will figure these things out without the federal government forcing us to accept things that we don't know about, cost more, and we're unsure about the long-term viability. With that, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek opposition to oppose the amendment and to claim 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. A most interesting argument presented by our colleague. I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Rogers of Georgia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my friend from California. I support the gentleman's intentions, but I have concerns with the impacts if this amendment were enacted as written. Lumber is a sustainable building product. Innovative timber products are currently being used in military construction projects throughout the country. I don't think anyone wants to limit the use of these timber products. The American Wood Council and the Southeastern Lumber Manufacturers Association are opposed to this amendment. I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this amendment doesn't prohibit the use of any of this material. Not what the chairman said, not what my friend from California is going to state. It doesn't prohibit any of that. All we're saying is that the federal government shouldn't put its thumb on the scale and demand and require that we use these products. The market will work it out. The engineers will work it out. The sustainability over time of using these products will ensure the cost effectiveness and the integrity of the construction. But we can't wait. We're going to force this on everybody, whether they want it or not. And then when it fails, they're going to come back to this place and say, well, we need more money to fix these things we screwed up 10 years ago by using this stuff that wasn't ready for prime time. Just going to remind you when the time comes, because I'm going to be voting against all that funding without a reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield a minute and a half to the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee.
Gentleman is recognized
Smith
for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. The point of all of this is whether or not sustainability should be an objective that we work towards in our building materials. What this amendment does is it undermines the ability to get to that goal of sustainability. Now, sustainability can mean a lot of different things. Mr. Rogers focused on the aspect of how timber can be used. There is an aspect of sustainability that focuses on whether or not what you're building will enable us to sustain the planet. And it is sort of widely accepted that the way we are using, carbon emitting, all kinds of different issues is jeopardizing the health of the planet long term. And that is something that we ought to think about and we ought to be concerned about. This kind of puts, if this amendment passes, you're putting your thumb on the scale in a different way, saying that sustainability isn't important, you're going to focus on other issues. And actually, Mr. Garamendi is very good on this issue because, as the chairman of the Readiness Committee always points out, don't look at the upfront cost, look at the sustainability costs. What does it cost to maintain what you're doing? What is the long-term cost going to be? The market may be very good at figuring out what's going to be cheapest right now, today, in this second, but then we pay over the long term. This amendment basically guts our ability to contemplate that long term, to contemplate what sustainability would look like and what those long-term costs are. So I will join. It's good to be on the same side as the chairman on an amendment. So I'm with him. We should reject this amendment. Please vote no.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania has 30 seconds left, and he is recognized.
I'm going to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
May I inquire as to the amount of time I have?
The gentleman has 3 minutes remaining.
3 minutes.
You don't have to use all of it.
Oh. Well, I will take about 2 minutes of that, and then I'll take the last minute after my colleague continues his argument. I'm curious here about the history of the United States government putting its finger on the scale. Let's think for a moment about the way in which the railroad industry was created in the United States. We're talking not only a finger, a thumb, but an extraordinary weight of the federal government creating it. Let's talk about nuclear energy. Let's talk about aircraft. Let's talk about the airline industry. We talk about anything in modern America today, and in one way or another, the federal government led and caused, in part, together with the private sector, for the industry to develop. What we are doing here in the NDAA is to set out a mechanism using the military to bring into the economy new technologies that are sustainable, that reduce greenhouse gases. If you want to buy if you want to buy steel from several American steel companies, this amendment would make it impossible for the military to buy that steel because they are using sustainable methods of creating the steel. So throughout the entire system, we find the military moving towards sustainability, reducing cost, and I might add here, maintaining the standard that is necessary for that particular, let's say, a structure, a steel structure. Could be sustainable, using hydrogen rather than coal to create the steel. Or it could be wood, cross-laminated wood products, which previously were not used by the military because they weren't considered. What we have done is to say, consider using these sustainable materials. Now, with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Now, I know my good friend is from California, so I got to restate things over and over again, but this prohibits the obligation or the preference for sustainable building materials. It does not prohibit the use of these materials, so they can be used. It just doesn't say that the government's going to put its thumb on the scale. And oh, by the way, all we're doing in this NDAA without this amendment, is saying the taxpayers, you're going to bear the burden. You folks up there are going to bear the burden of seeing if this stuff works, how long it works, how expensive it is. The railroads, yeah, absolutely, because there wasn't a railroad. Nuclear energy didn't exist without the government. That's a little different than things that already do exist and already work. With that, I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
It's always interesting to listen to my colleague and often find that he is incorrect, Mr. Chairman. However, let's consider for a moment what we really have here. We have an entirely new system being developed within the United States and really around the world, and that is new materials that are being developed every day. What this amendment does would make it difficult, if not impossible, for the military to engage in the purchase of those new materials. It is, in fact, the military that has, through the history of the United States, brought into the American economy new systems and new materials. And we can go through a long, long list of those, but I won't spend all my time to do that. What I will simply say is what we are doing with the NDAA is to make sure that we have resiliency, that we are reducing the impact of carbon in our society and in the climate of this world, and we are also requiring that those new materials meet the highest standards used in all of the United States. So I'm afraid I'm out of time. We'll continue this in the back room. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
We're good,
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
We won.
Does the gentleman withdraw?
The details.
Does the gentleman withdraw?
My motion.
Okay, the motion is withdrawn. It is now in order to consider an amendment number 59 printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, Prince and House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the use of research and development, testing and evaluation funding for electric vehicles, electric vehicle charging, and photovoltaic technology in the NDA. For the past decade, the Department of Defense RDT&E funding has been squandered on wastefully ineffective green technologies at the expense of enhanced readiness and lethality. This misguided push by the left and this administration has only worsened this misallocation of resources in their dangerous efforts to force the American people to abandon the forms of energy and transportation that allows for our prosperity and security. This effort has now moved into a dangerous direction toward the procurement of electric tactical vehicles without regard to the numerous drawbacks of EVs compared to the internal combustion engine vehicles that have been perfected over 100 years. What happens when the batteries die on the battlefield and our soldiers, sailors, and Marines are stuck for hours while the battery is waiting to charge in a sandstorm? How does prioritizing the green energy cult over the safety and lethality of our warfighters promote our national security? More concerningly, the component minerals necessary for these technologies are almost entirely controlled by our enemies in Beijing. That's great. The supply chain for our military comes from China, giving our literal enemies complete control over our military supply chains and the ability to disrupt the defense of our nation. I urge support of this amendment, and I reserve the ballots.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I seek to claim the time, please.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Prohibit funds for electric vehicles, electric chargers, photovoltaic technology. Over the past 4 years, every Army, every Marine Corps uniformed officer that testified before our Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee has been crystal clear. Electrification of combat and tactical vehicles has tremendous operating promise and value. That's what they tell us, the experts. This capability is needed sooner rather than later. In every meeting I've had with military leaders on electrification, that they talk about the electrical vehicle operational value, that this is a proven tactical capability that will make our ground forces more mobile, more lethal, and survivable. This is about fighting and winning. This is not a climate issue. This is about giving our war fighters the best equipment. You walk down the street, you hear those electric cars. No, you don't. That's exactly why they want this. It's because they're quiet. They don't put out the heat signature of combustion engines. This isn't made up accidentally. This is the testimony from military leaders over the last 4 years, starting with the Trump administration and now continuing with the Biden administration. This is important. Our military leaders say they support the electrification. It's not for climate change. It's about operational value for our warfighters. It is insane that we want to take away from our warfighters a vehicle that can be safe, to sneak up on somebody, not to say, hey, I'm here, folks. And by the way, they charge. That's great. But you know what happens to vehicles? They also run out of gas. The very first prisoner of war during the Iraqi invasion was from a fuel truck who made a wrong turn. We understand those challenges, but this is about giving our war fighters what they need, the operational need, the equipment, not to mention by pulling down photovoltaic, we're shutting down any satellite in the future. Because you know what? They don't have extension cords to space. They need solar panels, and you're trying to shut it down. Unbelievable. And I urge so strongly the opposition to this amendment. And I yield back. All right, excuse me. I reserve.
The gentleman reserved. Members are reminded to make their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As someone who did serve and did use the vehicles for over 3 decades, rose from the bottom to the general ranks. So I would say at some level, when you're a GO, you're in top leadership. Not one person in those over 3.5 decades ever told me, not one, we're not going to be able to win this fight without an electric tactical vehicle. Not one. As for the first prisoner in Iraq who made a wrong turn driving a fuel truck, it wasn't because they ran out of fuel, it's because they made a wrong turn. I know where the wrong turn was made because I served in Diwania. It has nothing to do with the issue at hand. The issue at hand is that we shouldn't be spending our R&D money from the military on things that can be bought off the shelf once they're proven. And if the military does want to buy this stuff, let the contractors prove it to them so that the taxpayers don't have to pay for all the failures along the way. And even more important, so the service members in contact don't have to pay with their lives for the failures along the way. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'd just like to remind everybody we used to ride horses in the battle. Doesn't make them wrong, but I don't think they work too well today. There's certainly plenty. At this time, I yield 30 seconds to the chairman of the committee, Mr. Rogers.
The gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
I thank my friend from New Jersey. This amendment would prohibit the Department of Defense from spending any research development funding on solar cells and other technologies on Earth or in orbit. As most people who know me know, I spend a lot of time on national security space. 100% of our U.S. satellites, both government and commercial, rely on secure communications, missile warning, and global positioning are powered by solar cells. Ending research and development on cutting-edge solar technology does not advance national defense. In fact, it would limit our ability to confront China in space as they seek to challenge our superiority. I agree the DoD shouldn't waste time on fake green initiatives, but advancing key space capabilities with these technologies makes our military more lethal. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you.
Reserves.
I do.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I appreciate the chairman's remark, and I certainly live better because satellites exist in space. Unfortunately, I have to live with the fact that the satellites in space are powered by Chinese-made solar panels. When the chairman can tell me that the solar panels are all going to be made in America without slave labor from Congo or from East Turkestan, then maybe this wouldn't be germane. But I don't think we should be dependent on our enemy for our power or our satellites. And with that, I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Just wanted to remind everybody that we do not allow Chinese-made on our satellite, and that facts do count. At this point, I would like to yield a minute and a half to the ranking member of the committee, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want just to associate myself with Chairman Rogers' remarks. These technologies are crucially important to developing the capabilities that we need to be able to compete with China, deter our adversaries, and have a strong military. And I understand that there are controversial decisions that are made. What is the right technology going forward? We will never be perfect about this. We've gone through this in DoD in many instances. Gosh, we've spent a lot of money on the F-35 that didn't quite work out, spent a lot of money on a lot of different programs that didn't work out perfectly. Targeting electric, solar, new green energy, I realize is being done because of the politics around it, but I would hope that we could put aside those political debates on that to recognize the crucial need that we have for these technologies in the military. If the gentleman's amendment passes, I guess we'd have to take down the satellites. I mean, how's this going to work exactly? This is a really, really bad idea, and I hope we will vote no. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Yes.
And the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. Just want to remind everybody, this is an operational need that came from the experts, those who testified before our committee over the last 4 years that they want this, they need this, and they understand it's a proven technology to give our warfighters that tactical need that they need. And I strongly urge the opposition to this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 60 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 61, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 61, oddly enough.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to recognize the chairman, Mr. Rogers, for 45 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend and colleague from California. I support the amendment and believe it will help the Armed Services and Foreign Affairs Committees in their ongoing investigations in the war in Afghanistan. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from, for what purpose is the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey. Sorry, I was on the last debate. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. I do a lot of good work with my friend from California, and we've agreed before, but I have to vehemently disagree with him on this particular amendment. It's framed as an Afghanistan oversight amendment, an issue that is very important to me, of which I've worked very hard on over the last couple of years, both before the withdrawal from Afghanistan and after the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And it lists a number of efforts and a number of data points and information and documents that it wants the government to turn over. If only somebody had thought of this before. If only we thought about doing oversight of Afghanistan before, like maybe the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, SIGAR, or maybe the Abbey Gate investigation, or maybe the thousands of documents that CENTCOM already has on its website, or maybe the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee that Foreign Affairs actually just created that I'm the ranking member of, or maybe the DOD, State Department, and CIA after-action reviews that exists, or maybe the General Accountability Office investigations, or maybe the IG investigations, or maybe the Bipartisan Afghanistan War Commission that we've supported that has 8 Democrats and 8 Republicans that many of my friends on the opposite side of the aisle won't even agree to fund now. Or maybe the 20 pieces of legislation that I and others have supported to make sure that we learn lessons and do this right. Or maybe the Afghan Allies Protection Act that I'm moving forward to do right by our SIVs. Or maybe the Afghan Adjustment Act to make sure that we're helping those Afghans that we evacuated. I could go on and on about all the efforts that I've worked on and others have worked on that I would fully support and hope that you would do the same. But this is just a political effort, right? There's all this other stuff going on that I support that are good bipartisan efforts. This is duplicative, which makes it gratuitously political, and I urge my colleagues not to support this measure. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Washington reserve? The gentleman from Washington reserves?
I reserve. Apologize.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm afraid I wish my colleague had stayed for a little longer because I'd like to change his mind as to why I'm doing it, what I'm doing, and what the purpose would be. I've been in pretty constant contact, my office, with many of the families, more than 10 of them, of the 13 who lost their lives in the withdrawal from Bagram. Many of the, from Afghanistan, but many of the individuals, family members, have asked specific questions that have never been answered. And they continue to want to have specific questions answered, particularly and including, obviously, individuals, what we knew about them, how they came to be released, a lot of the activities that went on. Now, some of it will have to be transmitted on a classified basis, but most of it can be given to the committees of jurisdiction openly. Those families, the families of 13, and the families of all the others who have lost their lives, deserve closure. I believe that although the Special IG and lots of other organizations have done a lot of good work, much of it is not yet available to Congress and as a result not available to the families or to the American people. And for that reason, I crafted this multi-page amendment specifically and narrowly to ask for information that to a great extent has not yet been granted, which the Department of Defense has. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. The gentleman's amendment requires the DoD to generate a report and provide all documentation to Congress on the decision to withdraw from Afghanistan, the attack at Abbey Gate, in coordination with state, provide the number and immigration status of those evacuated from Afghanistan, and U.S. support or interference with non-governmental groups assisting with the evacuation. So there's nothing particularly narrowly crafted about this. It's very broad. And the larger problem, this is all information, as Mr. Crow indicated, that has been turned over repeatedly to multiple different commissions in multiple different entities. I do not doubt that the families still have questions, and the extent that they have questions, we should try to answer them. Those questions are not going to be answered in the documentation that the gentleman is asking for. And I know this because these documents have already been turned over, already been made available, and as the gentleman just said, the families still have questions, and I completely respect that. We should find ways to answer those questions. This amendment isn't going to do that. It is not going to answer those questions. It is simply asking for documentation that has already been provided in multiple forums. And I will grant you that it depends on the forum, but we've got the Inspector General, Mr. Crow went through the list of all the different people who have seen this, including right now the Republican-led House Foreign Affairs Committee, which is not being remotely shy about pursuing this information, is leading an investigation on precisely that issue. So this is duplicative, will not answer the questions that the gentleman just raised. So I don't support this amendment. I agree with Mr. Crow that there's no apparent purpose for it. This information has been provided, and if we pass this amendment, it implies that it hasn't, that that's wrong, dishonest, and we shouldn't do it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield myself some continued time. I wish that the gentleman would come with, on Monday night, I'll have more than 24 of the family members for dinner after votes, and you're invited. My treat. The fact is, those unanswered questions are not because voluminous documents haven't been requested, and in some cases, money have been received. It's because when committees ask, and I have plenty of experience in oversight, when committees ask, they get told that we will provide you such information as is appropriate to your request, and we determine should be granted. That's short of when you pass a law. The weight of this amendment in this act will, in fact, have a weight of law for compliance. That is a weight of law which is higher than a committee requesting or even a committee subpoena. That is the reason that this is different. This will ensure that if someone says, look, we've already granted it all, they can either push a button and duplicate it, they can give us stacks from other reports, or in fact, they can look one more time for the information we've been asking for and be more complete, compliant with a law that will ultimately be signed by the President. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
30 seconds. The weight of law is important if the information hasn't been turned over. That's what the weight of law does, is compels them to do it. And again, I will emphasize the answers that the gentleman seeks, and I applaud you for having those conversations with the victims. I hope you do. I hope you can answer those questions. I hope somebody can. But this amendment does not advance that conversation at all. I appreciate the fact that the gentleman's had some time to talk about this very important issue. But the amendment is simply seeking information that is already provided. And as far as the opportunity to have it again, as I understand it, that subcommittee on foreign affairs I yield myself an additional 15 seconds, is still going. They are very, very far from done. So those questions have a very obvious forum and multiple other forums in which to continue to answer those questions. Again, this amendment implies the Department of Defense is withholding something. They are not. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'll yield myself such time as I may consume. Let me tell a quick story. Some years ago, we subpoenaed information from the Department of Justice. The Attorney General himself, then Eric Holder, came before me, both in committee and personally, up to and including the moment in which he was held in contempt, met with us in the Speaker's office and assured us that if we would just take the 279 pages that was fully meeting all of our requests and accept that as a complete record and be done with it, that he would give them to us. Otherwise, he would withhold them. We held him in contempt. We went to court, and many months later, Amy Berman Jackson, a federal judge, said, let me see the documents you're withholding and all of them that you're claiming the executive privilege, all of them that, in fact, are responsive to his request. We received thousands of pages that never went to Amy Berman Jackson because they had no merit. Then we received more than 10,000 more pages that did go through a review process. 279, 2,000, 10,000. The fact is, it is not new for administrations to give you some documents and not look thoroughly until there is a compelling law. I do not want to go back through the process of going to a federal judge or holding someone in contempt. This is a way to ensure that they either comply or honestly tell us they have already complied. I cannot take the word this lightly of any administration. I've been down that road before, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Then I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington has 15 seconds and is recognized.
I yield the balance of that time to Mr. Crow.
Thank you. My friend from California, I will always accept an offer to meet with our families of the fallen. You know, I served in Afghanistan, as you know, and some of my friends and people that I served with made the ultimate sacrifice. But this is not the way to advance this mission and get this done. As the ranking member of the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee, I will work with you to do it the right way.
Expired. The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
We're not going to ask.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 62, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Missouri and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment to eliminate the Diversity and Inclusion Deputy Inspector General, to prohibit the establishment of new diversity, equity, inclusion positions within the DoD, and to prohibit the Secretary from filling any vacancies for DEI positions. For years, the left has forced radical and unpopular ideas into our very institutions that are under the cover of DEI policies. But DEI initiatives and policies are not about making everyone feel like they belong. It is a smokescreen. Instead of uniting us, it's about dividing us. It's about dividing our country into separate groups that are based on identity and conforming to a radical agenda that replaces our shared American identity instead with a tribalism, with a tribal collectivism. And you know what? It's a disgrace to our political and military leaders who have allowed this to occur in the Department of Defense. You see, the DoD's mission is not that. Its mission instead is to provide the military forces that are needed to deter war and ensure the nation's security. But dividing our troops and the DoD employees by race and identity does nothing but distract from the mission of addressing real and imminent threats to the U.S. national security. In reality, woke indoctrination serves as only one of these very threats. And DEI in the military breeds hostility among the enlisted by focusing on identity-driven grievances instead of bringing people together instead of unity. It undermines that shared American identity and a patriotic love of country that compelled our dedicated service members to join in the first place. The U.S. military is one of our last great merit-based institutions that is still standing. Millions of selfless patriots serve our country, but their service is exploited by the wokeness and the religion of DEI. Instead of judging our service members based on merit, they are judged by identity. Instead of having a unified body of men and women who are ready to defend our nation, we have a unified group, or we have a group of people who are fragmented into the belief of their gender identities. Instead of men and women who are armed in the armed services being trained in readiness, their time is wasted learning whatever new woke ideology comes out of leftist universities. This is not acceptable, and we have to stop this madness before it's too late. That's why I filed this amendment. This amendment repeals the DEI Inspector General at the DoD and prohibits the establishment of new DEI positions. Specifically, it prohibits the Secretary from establishing any new DEI positions at the DoD. The DoD will not be able to fill any DEI vacancies that might come up. This amendment simply eliminates these unnecessary taxpayer-funded positions, and that's it. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
On reserves, for what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Strickland.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment will eliminate the Inspector General position responsible for overseeing diversity and inclusion efforts in the military. My colleagues across the aisle must understand the full purpose of this office. Number one, it's tasked with supporting effective evidence-based programs on diversity and inclusion. And number two, it's responsible for responding to extremism and criminal gang activity within our Department of Defense. This amendment eliminates the investigators who are responsible for weeding out criminal efforts in our government, the same investigators who keep our military accountable to the people we serve. Mr. Chair, is it my colleagues' intent to support these criminal activities? Because eliminating the deputy inspector position is exactly the message this sends to our department and the American people. Researchers at the National Consortium for the Study of Terrorism and Responses to Terrorism looked at 3 decades of extremist attacks in the U.S., and they found that the military background is the most commonly shared characteristic among extremists who committed or plotted mass casualty attacks from 1990 through 2022. Offenders with military backgrounds were 2.5 times more likely to be classified as a mass fatality perpetrator than extremists who don't serve in the armed forces. Through December 2021, 120 individuals with U.S. military backgrounds were identified as participants in the violent failed coup on January 6th. This is unacceptable. For our safety, for the security of our military, the U.S. must make it a priority to root out extremism in our armed forces. Eliminating this office and Deputy Inspector General sets us back. The NDAA that we passed out of committee was broadly supported in a bipartisan manner. This suite of amendments attacking DEI, validating extremism, undermines our safety and our security. Instead of putting housing, childcare, military families and their needs first, my friends across the aisle are choosing to fail them. I strongly oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves?
I do.
The gentleman from Missouri has 1 minute remaining and is recognized.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give him. Are you okay? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to my colleague from the great state of Texas, Mr. Chip Roy.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend. Earlier today, the ranking member of the House Rules Committee accused me of offering a racist amendment. It was racist. And that was because it was said that we shouldn't have policies under DEI encouraging that any race is inherently superior or inferior to any other race, color, or national origin, the United States being a fundamentally racist country. The Declaration of Independence or Constitution of the United States are fundamentally racist documents. An individual's moral character or worth is determined by the individual's race, color, or national origin. An individual, by virtue of the individual's race, is inherently racist or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, or that an individual, because of the individual's race, bears responsibility for the actions committed by other members of the individual's race, color, or national origin. The fact is, we have DEI positions like that held by Calissa Wing, where she talked about caudacity to say that black people can be racist too. That's what's happening. We're inculcating racist positions in the Department of Defense. I support my friend's amendment to strike these racist positions. The Department of Defense should be colorblind so we can defend the United States of America instead of having social engineering experiments that are wrapped in a uniform. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Like so many of the Republican amendments that were shockingly made in order, this is yet another tragic attempt to gut DOD of any efforts to increase diversity and decrease extremism. Let me be clear, this provision will only hurt our national security and readiness. So some 41% of our military members are minorities, and that number will continue to grow. So it's unbelievable to me why my colleagues across the aisle are so opposed to ensuring that nearly half of our servicemen and women feel seen, heard, and supported as they defend our country. And as we continue to face recruitment and retention challenges, we should be using every tool in the toolbox to recruit the best and the brightest. That means recruiting people of diverse backgrounds. As a black woman standing before you today, hear me when I say that this amendment is as harmful as it is hurtful. We simply should not have to defend why diversity in our nation's strength, and yet here we are. It's maddening and it's dangerous. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
The gentleman is the only one with time remaining.
Oh, that's okay. Stand
the
over there.
gentleman from Washington is
Sorry,
recognized.
okay. So their time has expired?
Correct.
I apologize. I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Strickland.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Congress must support an Inspector General position that ensures military equal opportunity programs work and sounds the alarm when extremism takes root in our military. What we're seeing here today is a small group of MAGA extremists holding the NDAA hostage in their efforts to politicize the department. I urge my moderate colleagues across the aisle who don't want to fire criminal investigators, who don't want to tell our service members that they don't belong, who don't want to leave military families high and dry, to please vote no on this amendment. Use your conscience. I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what DEI is. And there are certainly examples, and there are many anecdotes, of bad DEI, of DEI that goes too far in the opposite direction, as has been described over and over and over again. But the basic idea that we need to make sure that our military is inclusive and focus on diversity and equity, as we've argued throughout the day today, is inarguable. There is a history of racism. There is a history of sexism. There is a history of bigotry. As I pointed out, we wouldn't even allow trans or gay people to serve in many instances. Now we have allowed black people to serve in the military. They're not getting promoted at the same level. If we are going to recruit from the diverse population that we have in this country, we have to at least focus on it. If folks want to focus on some minor bad aspect of it, we can talk about that. But what you're doing is you are completely eliminating, like 10 times, talking about shooting a dead horse. We've now shot this thing like 15 times over the course of the day. You are completely eliminating any consideration of this nation's history and how we're going to recruit and retain members of the military. These amendments are terrible ideas for the national security of this country, and I once again urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri will be postponed. Okay. To Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in House Report 118 through 142, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 32 by Mr. Crane of Arizona. Amendment number 33 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 34 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 35 by Miss Boebert of Colorado. Amendment 41 by Mr. Waltz of Florida. Amendment 47 by Mr. Good of Virginia. Amendment 48 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment 49 by Ms. Hagman of Wyoming. Amendment 50 by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. Amendment 51 by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. Amendment 52 by Mr. Gates of Florida. Amendment 55 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Amendment 56 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment 62 by Mr. Burleson of Missouri. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the time for any electronic vote after the first vote of the series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 32 printed in House Report 118 through 142 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Yeas are 214, the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. Members of the House, we're about to go into 2-minute votes, just like this afternoon, only better. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 33, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 33, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those supporting a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 216. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 18, the committee rises.
So you're going to probably, before you start reading, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, start here reading.
Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 18, the committee rises. Chair, Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole, having under consideration the Bill 2670, directs me to report that the votes cast by the delegates and the resident commissioner were devices on a recorded vote of the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman. Speaker, the Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reported to the House that during consideration of the bill H.R. 27, pursuant to Resolution 583, the votes cast by the delegates and resident commissioners on a recorded vote of the amendment offered by the gentleman were decisive. The clerk will designate the amendment.
House will be in order. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reported to the House that during consideration of the bill H.R. 2070, pursuant to Resolution 583, the votes cast by the delegates and the resident commissioner on a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, were decisive. The clerk will... Say again? The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reported to the House that during consideration of the bill H.R. 2070, pursuant to Resolution 583, the votes cast by the delegates and the resident commissioner on a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, were decisive. Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 18, the chair will put the question to the House de novo. The question is on the amendment. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentleman from Washington.
I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman from Washington. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington?
Sorry, I didn't wait to be recognized. I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
Have all members voted? On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 13. 213, the amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 6.8, pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 18, the committee will resume its sitting.
So we're starting here. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of the bill H.R. 2670. The clerk will report the title of the bill. When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina had been rejected on a recorded vote on which the votes cast by the delegates and the resident commissioner were decisive. That result has since been affirmed by the House. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 34, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 34, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices as a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 213. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 35, presented in the House Report 118-142 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed. By voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 35, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 41, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed. By voice, the clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 41, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 234, the nays are 198. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 47, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 47, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. On this vote, the yeas are 177, the nays are 253. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on the amendment number 48, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed. By voice, the clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 48, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 147, the nays are 276. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 49, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 49, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 218, the nays are 213. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 50, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevail. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Any member wants to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 79, the nays are 353. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 51. Printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 51, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those supporting a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices. This is a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Any member wants to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 218. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 52, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 52, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 210, the nays are 221. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 55, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 55, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in favor of a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The nays are 237. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 56, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 56, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 247, the nays are 185. The amendment is adopted. Finally, the unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 62, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 62, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
A recorded vote is requested. Those supporting a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members, record your votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 213. The amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 2670, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
Chairman, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 2670 and has come to no resolution thereon. Iowa? For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
23 to consider the following joint resolution in the House called up by the Chair of the Foreign Affairs or his designee: House Joint Resolution 68, House Joint Resolution 70, House Joint Resolution 71, or House Joint Resolution 74. That each such joint resolution be considered as read. That the previous question be considered as ordered on each such joint resolution to file passage without intervention motion except for debate as follows. For House Joint Resolution 68, 30 minutes equally divided among controlled by Representative McCall of Texas, Representative Meeks of New York, Representative Bobart of Colorado, or their respective designees. For House Joint Resolution 70 and 74, 30 minutes equally divided and controlled by Representative McCall of Texas, Representative Meeks of New York, Representative Gosar of Arizona, or their respective designees. And House Joint Resolution 71, 30 minutes equally divided and controlled by Representative McCall of Texas, Representative Meeks of New York, and Representative Crane of Arizona, or their respective designees. And that provision of Section 202 of the National Emergencies Act 50 USC 1620-22 shall not apply to each such joint resolution through July 20th, 2023.
Action to the request. Seeing none, so ordered. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. The House will be in order. Please take your conversation. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the longest-standing superintendent of Cumberland Island National Seashore, Gary Ingram, and to congratulate him on his new job offer at the Rocky Mountain National Park. Mr. Ingram has been with the National Park Service for over 20 years. Before he joined us in Cumberland, he served in many different positions at Yosemite and later as superintendent of Georgia's own Jimmy Carter National Historic Site. Mr. Ingram began leading the Cumberland team in 2014, and because of his efforts and accomplishments, also became the superintendent of Fort Frederica National Monument. During his 9-year tenure, his elevating leadership style and his enthusiasm for the outdoors ensured that each park was properly taken care of. Recently, Mr. Ingram accepted a superintendent position at the Rocky Mountain State Park. I would like to thank him for everything he has done for the beautiful parks of Georgia's 1st District and wish him the very best of luck in his future endeavors in the Rockies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address our country's gun violence epidemic. This year, our country has suffered more than 400 mass shootings and mass murders, and they have killed or injured more than 40,000 Americans. This number includes more than 3,500 children or teens. Gun violence has claimed the lives of Americans in grocery stores, elementary schools, college campuses, and private homes. Literally, there is no place in this country that is safe. And that is a national tragedy that demands immediate action. My bill, the Safer Neighborhoods Gun Buyback Act, will use federal grants to get guns out of the hands of criminals. It will reduce gun violence and make communities safer. And it is one solution of many in Congress right now. We need to act on this bill and others like it to protect Americans. The longer we wait, the more lives we lose. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, each year, especially in the western states, we have to suffer fire season. and the season's getting longer and longer. So we have an issue of having enough people to help put out the fire. Now, what had happened under the IIJA was that our wildland firefighters had gotten a temporary bump in pay, which is deserved. Those folks are at risk and working hard out there. But that's going to run out in a couple of months. And wildland firefighters, federal ones, will see basically a drop in pay unless we do something about that to keep their salary, their wages commensurate with what they've been used to the last couple of years, indeed deserve. So we need to move quickly on measures to either do a long-term solution or at least do a stopgap to make sure firefighter pay doesn't actually go back down to levels almost 3 years ago. So maybe instead of gimmickry, like say, well, we'll just give them a massive bonus, why don't we just find what level their pay should be on an hourly rate and set it there, and that'll attract people back into the fold of wanting to help out with our forests and the wildland firefighting we desperately need. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the incredible experiences from my recent Live the Dream Down East tour, a journey focused on creating economic opportunities for young professionals in Eastern North Carolina. I was privileged to engage with local business owners, medical professionals, and community stakeholders throughout my tour. We discussed the challenges they faced. In Rocky Mount, local business owners told me about their hopes and inspiring aspirations for the future. By supporting our entrepreneurs and making them aware of available resources, we can foster an environment where businesses thrive and communities flourish. Let's continue to showcase the true spirit of the American dream down east. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Good. Now. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, in accordance with Section 12304F of Title 10 United States Code, I am providing notice that I have authorized the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security with respect to the Coast Guard when it is not operating as a service in the Department of the Navy to order to active duty members and units of the selected reserve and appropriately designated individual ready reserve members without the consent of the member concerned, pursuant to 12304A of Title 10 United States Code. Reserve mobilizations under this authorization are not to exceed 3,000 total members at any one time, of whom not more than 450 may be members of the individual ready reserve. These reserve component forces are to augment the active forces for Operation Atlantic Resolve to enhance the United States' ability to sustain its heightened level of presence and operations in support of United States European Command. A copy of the executive order I have issued is enclosed. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, July 13, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Armed Services and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.